Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you ain't gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the peace where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back.
Welcome back to the 15th edition of the Dust2IN Masters. I'm your host, commentator, observer, man behind the buttons and the action that you're going to see on your screen over the next couple of hours. Backpackbrain, I'm happy once again to bring it all to you live. And, well, let's just go over the bracket. First of all, we've got 4 teams, 2 semi-finals going on concurrently. Unfortunately, I can't duplicate myself, so I can only bring you the one. But, of course, we will try our best to keep you updated on everything that goes on. First semi-final that we are covering is Starboys versus God's Reign. Now, Starboys did show up last time around in the Dust2IN Masters, and they showed us quite an interesting showing. Not many people expected Starboys to actually win their semi-final and make it to the grand final, as it were, but they did indeed manage to do so, and we're going to see them go up against God's Reign, and maybe this time around they can fare a little bit better. There were definitely some sharp aimers on the side of Starboys. As I recall, we've seen some good shots from players like Bloody, players like Sharp, but I think we'd still be looking for a bit more of a team game and a bit more composure, because even though Starboys were able to win some rounds, it wasn't a concurrent, ongoing thing. It was only a few rounds and a few kills here and there in between. God's Reign having a relatively dominant performance, as usual. And on the other side, of course, we've got God's Reign. And we're going to be talking about God's Reign a lot, as is tradition. So there's no reason for me to go too hard on the emphasis for them. But suffice to say, they've won almost every single edition of this tournament for the 15 or 14 times rather that it's been running, and this time is no different. We don't see, for example, the side of True Rippers participating here, perhaps preparing for other tournaments that they have to play, but that does leave a little bit of a void for whoever's going to win the second semi-final, which is not on your screen here, but which is ROG Academy versus Extreme 5. Now, Extreme 5 are former Carnival Gaming players reunited and reformed, ready to take down the best. And I would say they have the biggest chance of taking down God's Reign out of anyone. They've got the most established players, names that you might have heard of or have been familiar with over the course of these tournaments. Clouder, Ember, Crazy Gamer, players that you should be a little bit familiar with. Spawn and Cyclone to be those final 2 members. And on the other side, relatively unknown team, ROG Academy. We've seen the ROG Academy brand, at least in India, sponsor a couple of teams here and there, and this is no different. Dragon is a familiar name. Element, I believe, is also a familiar name, but the other players that we're seeing here, I'm not as confident about them. They must be newer players, and well, when it comes down to newer players, you really don't know what they can bring, because well, in the open qualifier, ROG Academy did get a little bit fortunate. They got a couple of buys and only needed a little bit of a victory. So this would be their first real test, and what a test to go up against. Extreme 5, probably my favorite in that semi-final. I would expect them to go into that one, at least go into that semi-final relatively confident 2-0. I wouldn't expect anything else. And then we can talk about a final. But I mean, that's the magical thing about a scene like this, is that players can come up from unknown areas and unknown talents can rise up and beat the best with just a little bit of practice and time together. And so we don't really know what they can bring to the table unless we see it firsthand. But that's all a conversation for if we ever get to see ROG Academy on the broadcast. Of course, we're going to be focusing on the stars of the region, God's Reign. And God's Reign they've been everything, including dominant. Barbie has been leading the way, IGL fragging. It's been the hallmark of the team that Barbie can frag and call at the same time, but it's not a guarantee that the tactics always look solid on God's Reign. I do believe they're still looking for coaches and staff to upgrade their team and increase their impact. But the combo of fired up Revan and Finn and Revan, I've always called them kind of the Nico Monesi of the Indian region. Now that's a bit of a bold compliment, but it's the best that exist in the region, in my opinion, still to this day. And fired up, well, he gave up the primary AWP to let Revan do his job and can still be very proficient on the secondary and at times has his moments as a star. And of course, R2B2, kind of your anchor, your everyman, a bit more of a supportive element, but not afraid to, for example, play banana and do his job. And I think that's the most important part. So in terms of maps, what to expect, I mean, God's Reign, no stranger to Inferno, no stranger to Ancient. It wouldn't be surprising. Now, the last time around, it was a bit of a Mirage and Anubis. Anubis being God's Reign's sort of gimmick pick that they always know to pick into. And I wouldn't be surprised if, depending on what God's Reign ban, that if that Starboys actually decide to go for a nuke or a vertigo, whichever one doesn't get banned by God's Reign, just to try and throw them off guard and catch them out of position and out of control, which I do believe is possible. You can catch God's Reign off on a map and then, you start to have the conversation of the rest of the series, but it's pretty much mandatory for you to win your map pick, because I don't see God's Reign losing Anubis to pretty much any team in this tournament. And, well, you don't fancy your chances, even if you're taking them off of Anubis and onto like an Inferno, Mirage, Ancient, some of the more bog standard maps. But we are looking forward to a great tournament. Of course, the semi-final coming up shortly in around 10 to 15 minutes, as well as the video, which I will bring you as soon as we have the information. And the grand final, subsequently after that, you can look forward to a relatively short break in between that, and, well, you can look forward to the dulcet tones of yours truly as I bring you the action of the next couple of hours. So that's just a short little preview of what you can expect to see between Starboys and God's Reign. And, well, I mean, if you're getting predictions from me, I can predict the entire tournament right here. God's Reign are going to win this semi-final. I think it's going to be a 2-0. Starboys are probably not going to go for a gimmick pick. They'll try and play it safe, and then they'll get a little bit punished for that decision, because there's no way that you're going to beat God's Reign playing it safe, right? And then in the other semi-final, RG Academy, I have to predict against them because they're such an unknown quantity. But then you have Extreme 5, or Carnival, formerly known as, going up against God's Reign. And I think God's Reign is still just going to take it. I think there could be a conversation for one map for Carnival, or Extreme 5, rather. I could see them taking one, their own pick, but I don't see God's Reign losing 2 maps in any conversation. And so really that's what it's going to come down to. We'll see you in a couple of minutes as soon as the maps come through. is exactly what we're looking forward to. So don't go anywhere. Very shortly, we will be giving you the map veto. And honestly, I can't wait. Can't wait to delve into it a little bit, discuss what we're talking about. In terms of the broader aspects of the scene and what Gods Ren have been playing, they've been playing in qualifiers recently, which has been notable enough. They won the Extremes Land India Open quals, getting first place over True Rippers there in the best of 5. And, well, True Rippers, if we're going to talk about them, even though they're not here, they did get a couple of imported players. They got Crunchy from down here, down under Australia, and Anastasis from Malaysia, I believe. Yes, that would be correct. And even still, they're still unable to take down God's Reign, which is, I think, still a testament. You do have to give credit to God's Reign for sticking together this whole time, not getting an imported player, keeping the lineup, and believing in the core. I think it does a good job in terms of establishing longevity and establishing that there is a best team in the region, although True Rippers did take that mantle a little while ago. But with this best of 5 victory, a land spot, no less, at Extremes Land being reinstated for the Indian scene, I mean, I think there's no question about it that we're seeing a little bit of back and forth between Indian teams, and I think that's a great thing. I think that it does no good to have just one team dominant the whole time. But if you're going to have a team dominant the whole time, you may as well have a team that is dominant, that's fully Indian, to represent the, thematic reason of the region, right? Now, of course, we don't want to neglect other teams from the region. Starboy is, of course, a full Pakistani squad, and that's impressive in its own right. Although in general, it's actually an interesting concept. We have seen more Pakistani players than Indian players, although Pakistani teams are less common than Indian teams. That may just be a numbers thing, but it's also maybe a regional thing that the ping is better to Europe. And I've seen, I think it was a Bad News Bears squad that was in America, right? Players like Pokemon briefly coaching God's Reign before he went back into playing again and trying his hand in different ventures, but that's definitely a name that you might know. No relation to the franchise, of course, just the player that I'm talking about. And, well, God's Reign with that victory, they're going to want to keep that up. They're going to want to keep dominant on that. We've got a couple of minutes until the veto gets decided, so I think that's a good rundown. I'll throw you to a little bit of a break. Coming up next, of course, is exactly the semifinals on your screens right now. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with you.
Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back, to get back. But just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Why do I want you back? Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Hearts that flooded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone, can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. That clouded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone, can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. The second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was
Welcome back. Sorry for the delay, but we should have the map vetoes coming in for the side of God's Reign versus Starboys. Now, I do believe Starboys also is having a player substitution. I believe it may have been HF who's been substituted out in favor of Troll or Impera, depending on which way you spin it, but that's the way we're running this. And well, we're about to see the bans and picks come right through. God's Reign have banned Nuke. And Starboys, I'm praying that they don't ban Vertigo, but they're going to ban Vertigo because every team loves to ban Vertigo. Just have a little bit of a gamble and have a bit of a risk. I will just ban Anubis and try and play to your strengths. Play God's Reign when they're a little bit uncomfortable without that home map, but I don't know if that's going to come to pass. Oh, Inferno ban. Hold on. We could be seeing Vertigo here if one of these two teams wishes to give us a little bit of spice on this one. Now, this does leave me in a bit of a pickle because I myself don't have all the new Vertigo muscle memory, but then again, I'm not even sure the players do. New Vertigo has been such a the opposite of a mainstay, let's put it that way. But God's Reign are picking, well, they're probably going to pick Anubis because they were allowed it. I'm surprised that Inferno was the band that came through and not Anubis, but you know, you're kind of picking your poison when it comes to that. And I can't actually tell which map that picked due to the user interface, but I'm hoping and I'm praying that we get some Vertigo. Some Ancient is fine. I'm okay with the Mirage. I'm honestly okay with any of the maps, really. It all makes for a good game, but I guess we will find out if Vertigo was picked or not based on whether the bands are grayed out or not. So, I mean, I would probably, if I was God's Rain, look to ban maybe a Dust 2, something to avoid getting just fragged out on. Play something with a bit more foundational structure, you know, play a bit of a Mirage, play a bit of a Ancient, something that you know how to play, rather than risk a Dust 2, which can get close even if you are the better team. There are risks inherently involved in playing Dust 2, always, but some teams do have perfection on it or close therein. Remember, Vitality recently did play very well on Dust 2 regularly and until they did lose, but that's there, and this is now Vertigo has been banned, so we unfortunately are not getting Vertigo. Now, I say unfortunately due to the vetoes that we regularly get in this tournament. I think we've never actually seen a single Vertigo. Maybe once. And we've only seen one nuke. So it creates an interesting dynamic. But we will be seeing the veto ever so shortly. And I'll even be able to update you on the first map. And of course, the decider, which is prominently interesting. And we're looking. Oh, never mind. I misread it. Ancient Dust 2 Vertigo Map 1 Ancient, ladies and gentlemen. Ancient for the first map. And in terms of my prediction, I mean, it just has to be. It just has to be God's Rain all the way. Although I do give Dust to Star Wars have a bit of a chance, but apart from that, I see not much else. The game is going to be live shortly. In a couple of minutes, we'll see you there. Don't go anywhere. Looks like the players are loading into the server, so we will be able to take you straight to Ancient in just a little bit. And I do believe we are live with the pistol rounds of map 1, Starboys versus God's Reign on that T side versus Starboys on that CT side. This is the pick of God's Reign, so we do expect them to take this map and in a relatively dominant fashion, but anything can happen. And a 5v4 to start us off. Hold on. Now you're blessed with the audio of the game. Initially, it looked like it was just going to be an A play, pop right through A main after that opening kill, but it looks like God's Reign trying to play the map a little bit as Bloody regresses through mid elbow. Should catch a player off guard. That would be Barvi. So, oh, what has he shot at? He's given away his entire play, and this could actually give God's Reign a way back into it. Now they know that their entire position is wrapped around. They have nowhere else to go but forwards. Molotov forces out Angel, goes for a fight, doesn't get it. Barvi gets another frag, and Bloody's overwhelmed, and the site is lost. And what was a 4v5 turns quickly into a 3v1. Scoffy going through the smoke, and this play should be red, but catches the play. Reloading is only good for the one, and that problem solves itself. So God's Reign lose the opening pick, but they get a nice recovery. Getting a couple of fortunate timings, but making good on that promise and winning that round. No force bias, just a couple of deagles that would be on the side of Bloody. Bit of a stack towards B. We'll see who receives. Revan eager to farm up some money with the Mac 10, just paying for that utility. And they've cleared it out just as well. Now there is a bit of an interesting flank position here. Angel could spot, and he does indeed spot a player to red room, but this gun is really not the gun you want for this job. He has the rough go of it, and it doesn't get any better. So let's just leave him to his own devices. He makes it out alive, and he is in position to maybe catch a kill or a player off guard. He does see one, but P250 not kind to him. So God's Reign convert successfully. M4's out. Utility very limited. Starboy is interestingly going for a lot of Kevlar and helmet over perhaps an extra piece of, you know, smoke, flash, etc. Kit maybe, because there really isn't one at all on that CT side. Hoping to win the gunfights. And I'm not sure how good your aim has to be to outduel God's Reign at that best right now. Flash in, sharpshooter. Well, good to his name. Gets the first, but is traded. There's a player on the other side that's Impera, but he goes down as well. And just like that, the dominoes have fallen. Mid is lost. There's only one player left. And he's making no secret of his position. Not aware about the fact that he's surrounded left to right. And he goes down. And just like that, that investment... Well, they went for the upfront jewels, but they were not ready for what was behind that smoke on middle. And really... I mean, that's just emblematic of ancient mid-fights in general. You need to have that utility. If you don't have that Molotov-nade combination, you end up looking very lost. And we'll see if Starboys can adjust and provide us with a bit of a different look going into this. Aggressive into Jaguar. Deagle spotting with that shot. Has an opportunity, but doesn't make good on it. Fall back to this crossfire. Molotov... good enough to force them out of it, but not good enough to prevent Sharpshooter from staying here. Full blind, but he doesn't move. His teammate goes down, but that increases the chance that he gets one. He gets one, but no more. And that was the only real investment, the MP9. Everybody else down and out. As God's Reign go 4 up. It looks like the AWP is prioritized. Impera picking that one up. He is the substitute player, but should have the firepower necessary. So we'll see where he goes with that one. Revan, on the other hand, also picking that one up. Smokes preemptive smoke for the Molotov. That's very interesting that they've thrown that. Flashes in, Barbie sent out into a firing squad. He sees 3 and he only gets 1. But that doesn't actually matter. The real play is somewhere completely different, and the pennies just dropped. Emperor, he's not smoked off yet, so he has the opportunity to get 1 frag and fall off, and he tries, but he fails. And that opportunity should have been his, but his teammate's the one to get the frag instead. Frag through the smoke as well. Skofik and Sharpshooter gonna have to make a play now. It's a 2-on-2. Bomb's not down. It's in a bit of an awkward spot. Can be spammed. Molotov fails, so that's a bit awkward. Now positioning is completely unknown. Skofik, will he dare to go through this? Instead, he opts for the safest spam. In the meantime, his teammate goes down, so position noted. He is on full health and has the ammo to make... Oh, he's got a couple of pepper shots down, but I'm not sure he knows that damage was done. And peeked out, Revan takes him down. So, God's Reign, even when they are tested, they do manage to find the right play. Couple of smoke kills, couple of precarious bits of utility, but you can see the macro and the overall of the map. Where God's Reign are going seems to make sense a lot of the time. And the buys are very awkward. I'm interested to see what the strategy is from Starboys. They've opted to see this sort of... We see VP often buy like this. Only 1 or 2 players go for the buy and other players save. The economy is a little bit mismatched. And that double up in Cave and Jaguar has been dismantled. The utility wasn't really there to support them in the first place. So it's no surprise that they don't get that much impact, but that was what they were banking on. Yet again, that crossfire, it just failed. And the rotate's in. So if they were ever going to get any kills, it would be now, but it's no fun going up against real guns when you've got a Deagle in a spam fest. And they've got nothing to do but save, just a couple of pistols. They are all armored up and you'd want to save that money. Skofik tries to get cheeky with it and is punished, but it's no big deal at the end of the day. And so, 6 up. God's Reign continue to be dominant. And really, this is what we expected from them. This is their map pick, so it's no surprise. That being said, we would expect Sharpshooter, Emperor, Skofik, Bloody, and Angel on the side of Starboys to have a little bit of fight. Find at least a round or 2, get some confidence going into their map pick, and then maybe they can find the necessary frags. But as of right now, it looks very desperate. This is their best chance yet. Decent enough utility, good weaponry. Bloody's the only one taking that MP9 to this round, so smoke in, lane is covered, and red room is also covered, but donut is not, so Emperor takes advantage of this, but it doesn't seem to matter. They've yet again been taken down in cave. It doesn't seem to matter. Edging through, you see that's R2 pushing forward and he gets taken down by Sharp. Skofik's playing this corner angle, but it seems like Angel's the one to take that impact instead, and the spray is whiffed. Skofik goes down, Sharpshooter's the one left, makes good on that. So now it's a 3v3. Emperor's tested too many angles, looks up and down, but gets neither of them. So it's a 2v2 again on that A bomb site. They don't have control of the site. Smoke down, and there is another to refresh it. Shadow advantage, but Finn doesn't matter. You give him all the disadvantages, but he'll still come out on top with the frag. Now, Sharpshooter has to think about this one. He is in pretty deep, but they're both trained on him, and I mean, there was just no way. Maybe if he waited a little bit longer, tried to pretend that he was going in a different position, then goes around, get a little bit antsy, but no kit. A lot of pressure on him to get something done there. Didn't know he could escape at all. Could have been a player flanking him for all he knew. So you can't really blame him. No timeouts. They've just been going gung-ho this entire time. And again, a little bit of an up and down buy from Starboys. Not everybody investing. Angel a little bit unsure, but the push straight down into ramp. Skofix spots one, gets the dink, but doesn't finish the job. The trade has to come through from Sharpshooter. Picks up his teammates a rifle. It's a 4v4. The weapon advantage still on the T side, but good info. Angel clears out that cubby. Knows that no one's lurking through middle. Makes that gamble, but does he know that A is also equally absent? Bomb is actually creeping through spawn. And the CT's are loud about their presence here, so they don't actually know yet where the bomb is. R2 on that lurk in middle. Meanwhile, Sharpshooter is just spotting down lane into double doors. R2 spots him out, gives info both ways. But he hasn't seen the bomb yet, so Sharpshooter may be misunderstanding this entire environment. He could have seen the mid play and thought that it was A, and that's what the team thinks. They clear out R2, but the play is still coming in towards B. And Sharpshooter's the only one here to receive it. We'll see how much damage he needs to get done. At least one. Two is more than enough. Now that site is completely defended. Finn, I mean, you can get this trade, but can you really do much more than that? Has an opportunity, but can't even reach the bomb plant. And so Starboys pick up one. Not the most investment coming into that round, but they walk out of it with AKs and keep that up. So, all in all, it's pretty impressive, considering what they came in with, but they're going to need to build off of that because God's Rain do have the money to keep buying. Fired up's been fragging. Yet again, that mid smoke thrown in. Sharpshooter not afraid to play around it, maybe break it open if he feels necessary, but maybe not the case. Decent nade down ramp. We'll see. Skofix spots a couple of players, is afraid to peek back into it. Nobody's coming cave this time around, so emphasis towards ramp the play. Smoke down. It's an uncomfortable angle. And he goes down. Skofix forced into a weird trade position that just doesn't work out, and B bomb site's lost. Great utility usage from God's Rain. Isolating those jewels. Molotov behind default. Isolating each CT one at a time. And playing the mining games as well. They have made no secret of being aggressive in Cave and in Jaguar, but this round you can see they didn't play anybody towards there. And they let Starboys feel a little bit uncomfortable as a result of that. Angel goes down as well. They do need these guns. Sharpshooter should be running as far as he can. AWP is necessary. And hitting that shot is also pretty necessary because now, like ants onto a dropped piece of candy, they devour it one by one. Investment still comes through regardless. There's not much they can do but keep buying and keep hoping at this point because the rounds are more important than building it up. You can't justify saving. Heavy mid, good utility usage, but Finn is the master of middle yet again. Gets 2 kills, and well, that heavy investment is looking a little bit lighter now, isn't it? Andrew's running away with this AWP. Honestly, probably looking to save already because they don't have the money to contest this, and they don't have the players either, despite the damage that's been dealt. YouTube Barrage comes in. Skofix been double naded down to 41. It's the same setup as before, and they read it again. Bloody good for 2. That's more impressive. 3 now. Can he get the 4th? He's predicting the position of the player. 4 kills for Bloody. Solo holding this B-bomb site. Locks it down. And the last player is being flanked. It's R2. They seem to have some idea of where he is, but they don't actually figure him out. It could be a 1-on-2. All those frags. It has to be the ace for Bloody now. Hiding towards ramp. Can R2 find this? He doesn't have the bomb, but he knows that Bloody has to be around here somewhere. And he indeed picks up the AWP. We'll see if Bloody can find all 5 kills, carry his team to a second round. Or will he get uncomfortable? He hears the audio. He knows where the last player is. The ace for Bloody. Puts his team on his back. Puts God's Rain down. Desecrates them. And for that one round, they are gods no more, mere mortals, as bloody proves that. If there was ever a moment in which you could build confidence for your team, that has to be it. Straight onto the FAMAS after a round, and that has to be a little bit heartbreaking, but job has to be done, economy has to be preserved. Sharpshooter playing very forward despite the utility, runs in blind. It's imperative to get the frag instead with the better gun. Skofik dancing with death in lane with that MP9 as well. It's a 4-on-4, but Reffin's very low. And Sharp, I mean, Sharpshooter has gone way too aggressive there, gives up the play. And Pero's playing this off angle, but can it really be good for more than one? He doesn't even get the first, caught sleeping. And now Skofik's got to do what Bloody did in the previous round with the FAMAS. And it's just not going to be the case. Angel now, 1v2. Each player taking turns to single-handedly win rounds. It's not going to be easy. Flash in, still a player tucked behind that plant position. Does Angel realize that? Looks like he's worried about a lot of angles. It all depends on the timing. And he unscopes. It's just too uncomfortable with the orb, especially getting one kill, you get swung out instantly, even if he did get a kill. His best hope was isolating that somehow. It just didn't seem to be realistic. And so they don't make good on the round that Bloody gifted them. So, still 9-2. They can win one round, and 9-3 is at least bearable, but God's reign. If they win this last round, I think they're looking at a confident stroll straight into the next map. Full mid control granted. This time they don't fight it. Angel's already gone down. Instead, trying to double up on lane here. Get that presence. Finn tasked with corralling the 3 CTs. Nearly a lineup. Gets a lot of information for his troubles, but now he's onto Emperor, and he actually spots one on that flank. His position is very compromised, but one was more than enough considering how trapped he is. I mean, he's going to be killed from behind any second now, and Fired Up's making good on that. And so it's a 3-on-3. All hope is not lost yet. Smoke into Donut, but there is a flank in main. Bloody with that AK on full health. And they're not really ready for it yet. If the timing can be spotted. In the meantime, there's also a kill being hunted by Skofik. Bloody dies in A main. Skofik tries to get a little bit crazy with it. And it's going to be the end of that. Tag down through the wall. Open AK tag team. And as you can see, Fired Up there. 17 kills at the half. Just pitting in when it matters. It's not like he's had insane highlight rounds throughout the half so far, but it's just been every now and then getting 1 or 2 every single time. Is the epitome of that classic phrase, ball rate 30 kills, where the impact is not felt, but you look at the scoreboard and you realize he's been contributing the entire time. But anyway, Starboys all through middle. It's a novel strategy, the walk into Donut perhaps, and they've actually found the perfect gap. The only player here is R2, and God's reign, the penny's going to drop soon enough. They're going to realize nobody's actually towards B at all. So when do they start wondering and worrying about the rest of the map? It has to be now. It's going to be R2 panicked on TeamSpeak. Spots one, gets the kill. Now that should not have been that free. So a 4v5 bomb plant's almost a retake server style situation. 2 flashes and a kit. Bloody gets 1 kill. R2 gets another, or nearly. Players don't offer him that. Flash in, off they go. Blinded plays, spam down. It's Impero to be tasked with the damage. Instead gets 2 and Bloody helps him out. And the pistol, mandatory. They pass the first hurdle. Starboys get 1 more. Now, God's Reign, if they want to be really cruel here, they can try and force buy and break their hearts, but I think they'll be going for a conventional save. Oh, hold on, they're actually trying to break their hearts. I underestimated your game, God's Reign. Util into middle, pushing straight forward. MP9 falls, gets picked up. 5-7, snapping into the smoke, doesn't get one. Pierce through the smoke actually does. Imperial goes down. And hold on, there's already a flank. R2B2 silent about this already. Just look to your left, there's a free kill right there. AK gun. Or a Galil rather. Spots 2 gets back. Full info. 3v3. It's a Mac 10 and 2 Galils against a couple of pistols. And that retrieved rifle. Finn could catch a timing, gets damage, goes back for seconds, and regrets that decision. Now it's just a 1-on-3. R2 may save this. They don't have really anything going into this next round. And will probably love a free helmet, but temptation is pretty high. Now, forgive me if I'm overstepping here, but if he takes damage from the bomb and damages his armor, thus not being able to acquire a free helmet, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed in the macro. Not to get a little bit analyst on you, but if I'm to step into my numerical shoes here, I feel like you do take armor damage at this position, which you should definitely not be here doing. I mean, it doesn't matter if he takes it from this duel anyway, and he dies, so it actually is fully irrelevant. But even if he didn't take that duel, as you can see, Skofik took damage from that bomb. You would have lost the ability to take that free helmet. It's just not logical to save there. You had full armor, but I digress. This is the kind of thing that does get ironed out over time. This time they are forced into a save, so Starboys can breathe a little bit. Not too much, because it's teams like these, no stranger to getting eco'd. Util in, Finn forced back, opting not to commit with the smokes. Hold on a second, 1 kill. The nest in here, another kill. Finn gets 1. The USP is not very good for it. It's no 5-7, he'll tell you that much. He gets 1. He has the opportunity for the second one. He nearly made something miraculous happen. The player at ramp was not ready to trade. It's just a matter of seconds. If the swing wasn't happening in opposite directions, that kill was his. Immediately into that AWP now, 10-5, looking to stem the twinkle of a comeback in the Starboy's eyes. Smokes in, but fired up, looking to play through and across that. Jumps over to Donut instead. Finn actually playing past that Molotov, a 1-for-1 in middle. But it's actually mid that gets completely lost. And now Finn has got to fall back. He doesn't have the support from middle as he did before. Dink through the smoke. He's very fortunate for that one. But R2B2 may have spotted a player. I don't think he did. It's a player hiding to your right, R2. But you don't know about it yet. He's lucky that that was the dinked player. But meanwhile, on the other side, Revan spots the bomb. Molotov forces them out, but the flashbang's perfect. Fully blinded, couldn't finish the job. It's not the cleanest shot. They're trying to tap him down, but the A1S long range wins that one out. And now it's a 1-on-2. 1 health. Op the weapon for the job, but he just can't get the task completed. And so as soon as God's Reign get the weaponry, approach some semblance of an even footing, you can see that they take that victory. And yeah, R2 has definitely been fragging as well. It's not someone we talk about for pure numerical output, but when he has a good game like this, you can tell it just elevates the squad a little bit further. And as I speak his name, he gets another frag. Finn, desperate with that smoke, makes it out alive. Teammate Dink, he's looking at him, asking that question, why'd you do that for? But it's not going to be a big deal. He's lucky he bought that helmet. And so the CTs give up Jaguar. Fired up, creeping out into middle. Is going to find that first engagement. Gets the kill, but is dinked for that. And so the only map control really this T's have is lane and a bit of mid, but they don't really have much utility for anything more than one play just through that smoke into middle. And so it looks like it's just going to be waltzing into B and hoping that nobody notices. Barbie playing up on that box, trying to utilize a gimmick. Interesting that Barbie is the only player that bogs out the crosshair here, but that's an aside. Behind the veil of the casting, he drops down. What a play, Barbie. Pushing forward at a time like this, 30 seconds. You wouldn't think to make that kind of play. Risks losing your team the round, but I mean, it's the IGL. He makes the rules, and he finishes the round, puts them on map point. And low money, difficult circumstances. Starboy is probably down and out. This is Gosdrain's map, I have to reiterate. So this is not a huge disappointment for Starboys. It's not like they came into this one predicting their own victory. If anything, they were just a little bit hopeful. And no matter what map they gave them, Ancients, Anubis, Inferno, all of them would have been rough at the best of times. And this is certainly not that. Play straight in. Tech 9 tries to get that trade. Finn gets his pistol out. Doesn't even need a gun to finish the job. And 3 on 5. Fired ups behind that smoke. Could even go for a cheeky little spray down. And Finn knows the positioning. They're trapped in here fighting like caged beasts. But looks like they're going to be tamed. Unless Impera can get 2 kills. Hold on a second. It's not completely out of the realm of possibility. The Tech 9 player. Oh, never mind. Now it's down to Impera completely, and I don't believe he's got this one in him. And there you have it. Gosdrain take map 1, 13-5. We'll be going on to map 2 shortly, which will be Dust2. We'll see if Starboys can show a bit of a stronger face, utilize that firepower and momentum, or whether Gosdrain will be taking that 2-0 straight into the grand final. This is the expected result, but nonetheless, we'll look forward to seeing what Starboys can bring. All that and more you can look forward to coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. And here we are live again with the pistol round of map 2. Revan's already got 1 kill and makes it a double. Out into long, we're playing on Dust2 Starboys on the CT side. It is their map pick, of course. So they're hoping to make a bit of a comeback, but it's not looking so hot right now. Bloody Turtle solo defending the A-bomb side, dinked on that jumper box and already taken down as Impera looks to save that Kevlar. And it's immediately a rough start. Not the best first map either, 13-5, but that was at least God's Reigns map pick. You'll be hoping Starboys can play a little bit more of their own game here, but actually it looks like Impera's going to give this a little bit of a go. Deal some damage, build some confidence, gets 1 tap, spots 2 more players. Has opportunities, but can't make good on them and goes down. So, a straightforward round as can be. 3-4 out into long, and Revan, AWPs, and P250s name the combo. Players often choose that. I think famously in the Australian scene, you had Sicko always buy a P250. Excuse me. The USP's rushing out. Gets a little bit of damage. Bloody gets fragged, but it's nothing more than that. The USPs are taken down as fast as they come. 2 frags is not so bad, but the AK as well what was kept in. And so it actually doesn't cause too much damage. Get passed around as we immediately get into the full buys. It's nice to get fast-tracked into it. As we do have a little bit of a disconnect issue, but everything should be resolved momentarily. No AWP on their T side, I believe. It doesn't look like they have the finances for it. Inju, on the other hand, does have the AWP, so we will see whether it can have that impact. Now, Dust2 has seen a little bit of change in terms of dynamics just due to that jump up box on short. Although it's mostly used for site holds and retakes, I don't really think it's that commonly used for a quick short play. At least not more than it already was. And I always see players forgetting to check that angle because it's just no longer in someone's mind that that's actually a place you can be peeked from. In a one-on-one situation, you always forget that that's an angle because it was never really possible to just hold it, but now you can. And it really changes the dynamic of it all. I'm not sure if it's comparable to the bench in Mirage middle. Maybe a similar tier of change, slightly different, but you can understand the comparison at the very least. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Dust2 is that I am interested in... I wonder what people do think about it. Maybe we won't get to finish that thought as Bavi's joined right back into it, but... What I was going to say is that I think... On some level, it's nice to have Dust2 in the map pool because it's a familiar map for people who haven't played the game in a while or are familiar with different iterations of the game. You always recognize Dust2. It's one of the most iconic maps in the game or in any game anywhere, right? It's one of the first things that anyone recreates in a custom creator of maps. But I do think that in terms of gameplay, it has its pros. It's obviously very fun to watch, but it's obviously lacking in some tactical foundations. I would say Mirage clears it in that respect. It's got it all, in my opinion. The only complaint people have about Mirage, and I think it's a fake one, is that it's stale, but you can discuss that on your own terms as we get into the third round. Full U2, full smokes, everything out. And limited aggression, AWP spotted, and Angel gets that kill onto Barbie. Swinging in top middle, waiting around for a second opportunity. Is gifted the chance, spots a player, but now he's stuck in that corner. Smoke will actually free him. And Impera's spotting in middle instead, but Angel goes down in the meantime. Impera pushes forward, he sees a second player, but he goes for the transfer. Player behind him in middle from the top takes him down. And it's Scarfic to get that trade, puts us in a 2-on-2. Player in the bomb site, positions noted and fired up, gets both kills. Finishes the round before it could get problematic and close. And Starboys, they did have a real chance there for getting that first kill. Maybe Angel was a little bit too eager to stick around for a bit more. Could have changed his style a little bit there, but it's that decision making that does come back to bite them, as well as that push in by Impera. Maybe a bit too panicked in transferring that spray, but you can understand the fear, right? As soon as the other player turns around, you're instantly gone, so... Quick little breather. Starboys, light investment only. Looking to deal a bit of damage, but round should be God's reign any day of the week. This time Fired Up is on that AWP, going for that timing pick, but nobody's going to be there. It's actually going to be in the middle. Angel. Hold on, there could be a timing here. Scuffing and Angel could cause a bit of problems, but they actually both run away. This is an interesting timing. It's actually flipped completely. Now it's R2 who can completely clear out the B bomb site. And he's done an incredible job of finding this positioning. Now, the awkward thing is that he can't actually bring the rest of his team here because the avenues are closed off. But it may not even matter. Look where he is. His positioning is dominant. And it may not even matter. He spots a player, trying to go for the discipline. It's not clean, but it does the job. Scout killed by Impera. Tries to make things complicated, but of course the B bomb site's already been cleared and the bomb is being planted. So, good damage to be dealt. If they can get one more kill, maybe they can make it a little bit worrying. Gets the tag, but fired up on the superior sniper rifle. Finishes the job, and he proves that he was indeed a primary AWPer in his past teams. As he gets all three. Maybe he is even the primary AWPer on this, but he drops it over to Revan immediately, it seems like. Or, what's going on here? Could be a spawn-based situation. Indeed it is. Playing for the boost, spots one player. Only one cross is the call. And the second one on the way. Utility out. It's a bit of a solo hold. 3-1 setup. There's no aggression in long, just a hold. Or first contact. Angel misses that flick down. That's going to be uncomfortable because mid is completely open now. Bloody just spotting with that U2. They're going to go ahead of that Molotov. And indeed, he's flashed out. Has to drop down. Throws that smoke, but it may be too late. His teammate's going to have to cover for him. Jumping up and down, trying to get that tap in. But there's already a player pushed all the way up. That's Revan. Waiting for that jump up. And he is indeed rewarded. Exactly the position that people are caught off guard with so many times. But Revan up to date on Dust2. And it creates a 5-on-3. Angel gets one. Impera's traded out. And B-bomb site's actually been lost in the meantime. So it's actually only Sharpshooter left. And you have to feel like wading in kind of a piranha-infested river at this point. No matter where you go, there's going to be a T there waiting. You can't exactly save anywhere safe. Sharpshooter's waiting for a smoke play. There is a player behind it. He gets one. Takes minimal damage for his trouble. His position noted. Loud about it. Picks up his weapon. A little bit too eager to save, and that causes his demise. And yeah, God's Reign we don't call them the best in the region for nothing. This is yet another showcase of how they just get strong starts and it's impossible to put them away. And again, with a kind of a strange buy, a couple of MP9s and pistols, the epitome of a half buy, I guess, but it's a solo towards B. But they do have a little bit of a crunch going on here. In middle, it's Angel trying to figure that one out. Sharpshooter. Solo defense working up for himself. He's trapped in this corner. If he can get one more, that would be above and beyond, but not gifted that opportunity. Nice spot in the middle. Bloody taking some pot shots. They might try and isolate this duel. We'll see how many that Revan can get. Gets 2 before he gets taken out. Finn indeed helping him out on the other side of the map, clearing out the B bomb site. And it's a 1-on-2. Bloody could actually go for this. He does have armor, but he'll need to get a move on. No kit. Bomb goes down as we speak. He's taking his time, slowly walking up. Players all in front of him, so nothing to do but shoot. It just depends on the timing, and they don't even meet eye contact. Finn just swings. Intuition on Finn is one of the best parts about him as a player. He may not always have the crispest aim compared to some of the other talents. I have seen incredible precision, rifle play, at least in bursts of brilliance, not consistently, right? But Finn will always find great timing, for example. Middle in Ancient, he knows when to go through that smoke. And that's a talent that can be cultivated, I do believe. If he's given the opportunity, maybe more boot camps in Europe, something like that, it could actually blossom into a real talent. I do believe it, but as of right now, he can be happy with probably being the best rifler in the region. Two towards B, 2 towards A, gearing towards middle as well. It's just a quiet round from God's Rain. Corner smoke on long, but the player defending it is already in this right angle position. Will they clear it? Yes, but not as clean as it would seem. Angel runs. Impera gets one. Bloody on the other side of the map. Clears out middle, so now it's just a 2-on-4 in long. 40 seconds to get the bomb down. Positions noted. Flank in. R2, he does hear this, and his patience may be rewarded. He has the right idea, he just can't get the frag. So now with Barbie, he gets the first one. He knows the players are here, gets another one, spots the third. Hold on a second, 25 seconds, he has the bomb in his back. It's a little bit uncomfortable, and he can't exactly run towards B. They know that. And the smoke fades, now he's in real trouble. It's Jules and Jules alone. He actually gets the first kill. Oh, misses the shot. He had a real opportunity there. It would have been a miracle round of one-on-one duels. A fumble prevented by Sharpshooter just then. Credit to Barbie for getting those kills. Those were impressive, you know, angle clears and one-taps, but Star Boys, you can't be letting your players just take one-on-one duels in such a circumstance. There was no reason to be running around like a headless chicken in bedroom doors. And it's those micro elements of gameplay that make the difference in a game like this. It's not merely the fact that God's Rain do have that firepower or that cohesion, it's also that each individual player has that extra element of knowing where and what they need to do almost all the time, especially in this region. Alpatano's like R2, extremities player, as we know. We'll see what he can get done. Naded down, position, if not noted, at least surmised from the information. But it's 4 towards long. Bloody, this time not so eager to trigger that flank. Playing to contain. And it's the right decision. He knows the audio cues are there. He can pass that information on. In the meantime, it's Gothic just waiting for that lurk to show itself, but it's not happening. And so the utility comes out, the long creep is happening, Impera's ready for it, it's the right angle for the job, gets the first kill, falls off immediately. 2 on site noted as the FAMAS rings out. And so the teaser on ramp already, Revan doesn't make the cleanest spray, but lets Varvy play. Gets that first kill, knows that the player behind Gandalf, sprays down. Molotov out, forces him into an awkward position, takes the shot, but it doesn't work out. Impera caught off guard. And now it's a bloody 1-on-2. He makes that flank known. It's a 1-on-1 now, and he actually gets that round. 3 kills in it. Well done. Yet again, Bloody has to be the one to clutch out rounds for Starboys. Late round player. You have to give him credit, but yet again, if Starboys can't build upon this momentum, then it won't matter at all. So we will see an economic advantage for the first time in maybe the entire game even. And maybe a bit more of a faster play. 2 towards B early. It's the right decision, but the pop into B has not been decided yet. We'll see what they see. Impera is not concerned with lowers. With their utility, he is telling his teammates to be a bit more worried, as Angel just spotting for that mid cross. The U2 comes out both ways. That's interesting. But the smoke is pretty bad. At least for Angel's perspective, he can get a lot of damage before predicting that entire move. Baiting that play almost exactly. And the flashes come in. Sharpshooter's forced into a strange jump down from that pillar. And the side hold only gets 1 kill. I'm not sure what his plan was there, but he was surrounded from all sides. There wasn't much he could do. And masterful utility usage from God's Reign that telegraphed B-Tech. Even though you knew exactly what was coming, your next step was being read every single time. Fired up, just clearing out the remaining guns. Impera's the only one left. He needs to keep this orb because they really don't have much else. And now that they know where he is, they'll be hunting him for sure. He'd be a bit too eager considering they don't have that much money themselves. God's Reign should at least put the brakes on it. Let Barvi pick up a gun somewhere. There has to be one. But it actually looks like they're just going to continue to fight it. Impera dinged down. It's a matter of time. Hold on a second. He fashions himself in. I have no idea why he did that. Incredible desperation play. Thought he couldn't hide behind the dumpster or in bedroom. And so walks into his demise. But I mean, this is more or less what we expected from God's Reign. We thought that they would be dominant even on the maps that they don't necessarily pick, like Dust2, because they do end up playing them every so often because teams believe that they can find that fire. We'll see how many fired up can get. The Fire and Gallery indeed getting fired up as he gets 3 and nearly gets the 4th, but Bloody finally finishes that one. Picks up the AK and the prized possession of a T-sided Molotov. CTs can't buy that radius no more. But we do expect a more competitive game in the final. That being said, if I may give you a little bit of an update in terms of what the other game is, indeed Extreme 5 ex-Carnival players have already won 2-0 in dominant fashion. And the grand final that we expected is going to come to pass. Extreme 5 versus God's Reign. Best chance of a close game, and indeed we're going to get it, so I'm excited to see that. So boys, buy again. Finn drops down for that boost play. We'll see what the AWP sees. And indeed, the cross call has been made. No aggression yet. Just a bit of a play into middle. The CTs maybe a little bit of consideration. Thinking about going in, but it's actually going to be out middle. Not even throwing the smoke is crazy. Catching them completely off guard. Running rings around them on Dust2. Peeking without the smoke. Now it does come back to bite them a little bit because they have too many angles to take care of. But that first kill was sublime. It's just a matter of whether they can actually build on it. And it seems like now that the low has died down, both T's that were peeking into the middle have died as well. So a good start. Not the best follow through. Now they have to figure out what to do now. God's Reign put on the back foot for the first time in a while. No smokes for the CT side. 40 seconds left, so it's also just going to be a dry P from the T side because there's no flashes either. Not sure what this read is. By some miracle of timing, just a couple of seconds away, and indeed that's just a couple of seconds that causes that trade in. They don't have a way to clear this door out, so they're just gonna have to jump over it, and indeed it works. Skofik knows the play, but can he prevent it? It's a 3v2. You've got Fired Up holding the line, moves around, spots a player, gets that kill, and Finn to play tandem. Reloading behind the pillar as his teammate falls. So now he's just down to him, gets that kill, and finishes the job. Nice 2-on-3. It is difficult to retake, but they also got incredibly fortunate with that timing because Starboy decided to clear out middle at that crucial juncture and not even go for the flank once they realized that the bomb site was completely lost. They just opted to go for that retake 3-on-2. Straight from that CT door and window angle, and it doesn't really pan out for them at all. And once again, not building upon the momentum granted to them by that clutch from Bloody. This time it's Skofik just peeking straight in, has been fed up with the B plays so far. Wants to get info early. And Angel, yet again another mid present for the CTs, but caught off guard, and Skofik as well gives up that B play. Isolated fights all around the map. Bloody can't even get that job done. Sharp only good for one. And it's a complete collapse from the side of Starboys. Never really in the game to begin with, but even the boost doesn't do them any favors. And once again, Fired Up fragging out. He's going to have a fantastic series rating as this goes on. Over 30 kills. And the pistol once again is mandatory, but at this point I'm not sure it really matters. But we'll see what they can do anyway. Fired Up, spots the player, and so long it's a flash and a run. He gets out in time, but goes back for the P. Greedy a little bit. Emboldened by his ratings and stats to date, but flashed into it, doesn't even get the kill. Barbie tries to do something instead. Revan spots all the players. Loud on comms, but there's only so much you can do. Finn doesn't even get that kill. It's rough, to say the least. Tis them down. Hold on a second. For a moment there, it looked a little bit possible. 1-on-3 would have to be the ace. And Finn doesn't look interested in doing it. He doesn't have the time in the first place. So he'll opt to save, maybe at least get some exit frags. Gets one. And he does have a lot of money, so due to those 3 kills, could force into an MP9 for Mars or something to that effect. Maybe buy a scout. But Starboys, once again, they win that pistol. So it's not even necessarily a purely aim issue. At least from, you know, a brief look at the difference between these two teams. It's just a matter of cohesion. It's just a matter of economic management, you know, reacting to plays, so on and so forth. I mean, we see multiple times God's Reign come out with a novel idea that it's not so complex in its foundation. For example, a B split is not something that you would say has never been thought of before, but it's just the execution of it. The layering and everything is just right. Finn playing for that flash in. This could be a 0 to hero moment. 0 or hero rather, because he's already really there hero-wise. 13-4. Waiting for the flash for a counter flash perhaps, but actually just waiting for Revan to call the cross numbers. U2 gets thrown out. Is creeping around the corner. Just as they disassemble the setup, it gets constructed. Tag down. Damage advantage already on the CT side. Utilizing that jump up to position themselves on the site. Smoke to cause a little bit of chaos. We'll see what they can get done. Revan, nice headshot. And that's not even the tag down player, so damage is still being done. Spots another one, his teammate goes down behind him, but another headshot from Revan. Picking them apart. Like apples in an orchard. Barvey also gets one. It's a 2-on-2. This round really shouldn't have been as close as it was, but the scout headshots are really putting a spanner in the works here. Fires up, picks up his own scout. We just talked about how proficient he was, and still is. Barvey with that gun. Spots a player. Bit of a delayed reaction there. Teammate swings, but they don't swing in tandem. It's uncomfortable. It's awkward. And a real chance was there, but the tag down plays finish the job. Starboys actually do convert. And so it becomes 10-4. God's Reign once again forced into a bit more of a save. We've seen this scene before. It's almost the exact same as map 1. Maybe unlike map 1, Starboys can build up a little bit more and tell us a bit more of their story. Because as it stands right now, it's just going to be a quiet ending to this series. Andrew spotting into the middle, calls out the players. Meanwhile, the rest of the team just going towards long, planting the bomb. Let's see how many kills Andrew can get. Only 1. AK lost. How many more can the CTs inflict? We'll Fired Up get this Zeus kill. We'll see if R2 and Fired Up can do a little bit of a bait and switch here, which I do believe they will be doing. Oh, that's unlucky. Fired Up not even intended to be that target, just caught in the crossfires. His teammate escapes into unders. We'll be yelling at him in the mic. In jest, of course. To insta headshot needed because of the aim punch, and indeed delivers it. I would say R2 known for a bit of his crisp aim, even if he doesn't play the star roles on this team. He does have a bit of that robot aim, that Kirby spray, if people are familiar. He does get taken down. Not without doing his fair share of damage. Everything counts. And it looks like a double orb setup is what God's Drain are looking to inflict to finish this map off. They only need 3 more rounds, to be fair. So if a gimmick setup is enough to break Starboys just a little bit, then it won't really matter. Fired Up, spotting in towards middle. Spots 1. Bit of a jump spot, but Revan's been taken down towards long. Ultimately taking that space, and instead the U2 is enough to stem the flow of CTs for just a little while, but the mid play is actually where the real juice is at. The T's immediately retreat, and they know that there's 2 ults in play now. Fired Up reloading. This is going to be an awkward timing if he doesn't peek. Oh, he's too confident in that peek. And Finn now. Need to break open the smoke. Actually, they both want to take the duel. Have at me, they say. And Angel is the one to come out on top. Both of them ready for it. It's actually interesting. That because both of them were ready, it actually just became a normal duel. No element of surprise at all, because they were both prepared for that smoke to be cleared. But that being said, Barvey picks up 1 orb. R2 may look for the other one if he can make it there. He's trying to figure out if it's possible. Depends on which orb Barvey's retrieved. It was whether it was the middle orb or the long orb. He does get the frag regardless. Trying to bait the T's into peeking into R2. Doesn't seem to be happening. And R2 might make that last second dash for the orb. If he can do it. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. Scanning. And he doesn't want to go for it. So 1 orb is the only thing carried over. That's the price you pay for double opening, especially in this economy. MR12, you got 24 rounds maximum without overtime, so make good on your investment or pay the price. And Revan's gonna take that one. Try again, not long. This time nobody's gonna be testing him though. It's gonna be a straight aggression. For a second there, it looked like they were just gonna rush straight into B. But actually they are gonna rush straight into B, just on a bit of a delay. One flash and go. Full confidence. Finn takes one and then falls back. He's the only one defending it right now. Fired up, comes back, but the smoke is already down on doors, so no more play to be had for them. CT has lost control of the bomb site. They do have the man advantage, but it's only going to take them so far. As Finn is being tagged up, and the bomb goes down. No U2 to prevent it, just a retake in the making, as all five seem to be making the play through doors and window. This is the most uncomfortable circumstance. There's just not enough throughput for this, but nevertheless, we'll see what they can get done. And you receive the doors exit, an Impera as well. Just a shooting gallery, no clean fights for the CTs. And this is definitely the bad ending of trying to retake. On the B side of Dust2, infamous for maybe one of the top three, arguable top three hardest sites to retake. Inferno sites are definitely just very difficult as well. Going for a bit of the BM spray, but 10-7, already the best fight we've seen from Starboys yet. We have to give them credit. And the question is now, can they keep this momentum going? Now they have an opportunity, because the economy of Ghost2IN is not perfect. They've got one M4 and a Mag 7. Calling out one cross is literally just one. They may consider just running it to be after this, but it's actually heavy towards long and a close Mag 7 indoors, but it's not going to be tested. The Deagles pepper them down. R2B2 alongside Finn gets that kill, but the utility is good enough to trade it. Still multiple players towards the A-bomb site. The T's not letting them retreat without a bit of a price to pay. And they've actually made quite a bit of a gamble. Starboys, because they don't have any positioning towards B or middle at all, it's a huge risk. They know that they're likely to be flanked. And so they are really putting all their eggs into this long play. And I mean, you got your Molly and your two nades. You need to use those. Because if you don't flush out these CTs, now that you know the positioning, I mean, you're just going to be playing into their hands. You're just going to be letting the CTs do what they want. It's a 2-on-2 now. Everything is possible still. Barbie's stuck on the side. His teammate's running behind him. He's not using his Max 7. He's trying to pick up a better gun, but he can't find it in time. That's a tough choice when you buy that Max 7, but you're forced to go on the retake. He's regretting his beginning of round purchase for a moment there. With a close round that should never have been that close, gets pivoted into a 10-8 scoreline. Starboys, if they win this round, Ghost2IN are going to have to take another low buy, and then they're going to have it tied up. A lot of pressure here. Because if they let Ghost2IN come back into this and win this round, all their efforts will have been for nothing. Because it's not that they're made of money either. Two players do have a fair amount of cash built up, but it's nothing insane. And Finn just a little bit too careless on that peak. Double up once again, to be sure. Fired up solo. Playing towards B. Revan reveals his position, fires, but that doesn't even matter. Maybe he just unscoped, because he still gets that frag. But fired up now taken down. This causes the B-bomb to be completely open. And Barbie's there to receive, but it's not the best angle, and he's trying to reposition. Doesn't get caught out, and indeed he's the one to catch Bloody out. And no smoke on that doors transition is a little bit crazy, giving that free info to Revan. We should be aware and coming to his entire team that the play is coming in. Bomb is not made it there yet, though. The Molotov is just in time. Well played. Bomb site is lost. No positioning to be had. So, it's going to have to be a retake. Once again, Ghost2IN have to retake to win the round. And they don't have the utility. They only have 1 HE. And they may just opt to save this because look at the money. Unless they go for a short play altogether, they don't have a flash, they don't have any way to get much impact at all. Utilities cancelling them out completely, and yeah, it's going to have to be a save. Starboys finally force God's Reign to play the numbers and play the math. All on the back of just some basic fundamentals. Pivoting from bomb site to bomb site, using that lurk to take out the player. Admittedly, that is a bit of a gamble play, but fired up solo opening is also a bit of a gamble play on their B bomb site. They recognize the position that they're put in after that kill and immediately capitalize. It's the best thing that they've done this entire series. And the buy does come in, so it's not going to be as easy as all that. The save rifles do permit another investment. Finn this time aggressive. There is a lurk player here. It's Skofik. Skofik's going to be caught completely off guard if he's a bit too loud about this. If he throws in a utility or makes a step, that swing may come in a little bit faster than he realizes. Because the way he's positioned right now looks like they're all completely unaware of Finn's positioning in the lower position of the map. He does only have an MP9, so getting 1 kill will be a tough enough task as it is. Oh, they go face-to-face, turn around 180 degrees, and he gets 2 kills. More than you could have ever asked for. But the middle trade is good. Bobby can't find any more. And so it's still a 3-on-3. All patrolling towards the middle, but is smoked out. Goes for the flash peek. Not letting middle be taken for free, and actually gets the information straight through the door. Wallbang headshot, nearly goes for another one, but gets traded. Fundamentals looking strong for Starboys. They're not letting Revan just get away with multiple frags in middle. And the CTs are separated. Both isolated, waiting for the play. As soon as the U2 comes out, because the Ts do have enough for a play, they're going to have a smoke, they're going to have 2 mollies, and flashes to escalate towards long. If they so choose, they could just opt to play it silent. And it's a matter of whether they read this play, because they do have the ability to flush it out. They can easily remove R2 from this round with 1 Molotov, but they don't Molotov his position, and this could lead them completely off the track. But the hole is good. Skofik prevents any untoward action. It's a fired up 1-on-2 to save them here. Or else Starboys, maybe for the first time in this entire series, tying up the scoreline. Player heading towards car, Skofik on sight. Caught completely off guard. Great timing for Skofik there. And I mean, as we go into 10-10, there is a buy, but it's not clean. There's only 1 player here, fired up. They're ahead of you, my friend. Utility cancels them out completely. Finn does well to get 1, he gets 2. What could have been a completely clean bomb site take turns into a winnable round for God's Reign. It's a 3-on-3, and they're already rushing for the retake. Flash in before the bomb even goes down. But the Molotov is great. It prevents the aggression completely. And smoke in right after the fact. It's not going to be easy for the CTs to come back into this one. And they may even have to save again. There are kids on the CT side, so they could opt to go for this, and they're already in the position to do so. They have the utility as well. Smoking off tons. Playing straight into it. Orb trained up on window. Based on timing, Revan goes through. The Orb misses the shot. It's a 1-on-2 now. Sharpshooter gets that first headshot. Time is ticking. Bobby needs the kill. He gets it. Does he have enough time for the diffuser? I believe he does. It'll be close. But he finishes the job. Clutch for Bobby as he denies Sharpshooter the 1v3. And God's Reign, don't let Starboys take the lead. And this time the 3v3 retake on that B-bomb side does not betray them. They actually finish the job. They go ahead, they play with all their utility. And they come out on top. And it's going to be a buy yet again. Orb taking that shot, misses it, spots the jumps back and forth. A little bit too comfortable with that peak, but Finn is not punished for it. Smoke now obscuring both sides. And again, a solo B play, but this time, given that they were just burnt on B, it's a nice psychological read, realizing nobody's going to really want to go back there. After just losing the round in a crucial moment, of course you're going to be a little bit uncomfortable going there, but now Revan is tasked with the short play, doesn't get the first kill, drops down and survives. The U2 does cancel him out. Molotov tick heard, but there are 2 players in CT which you don't know about yet. Utility being thrown out, but that's still not a sign of it. All players towards short except for that long bedroom lurk, which it looks like they are pivoting towards slowly but surely. Sharpshooter not spotting anyone just yet. Both sides just waiting. And it's a good pivot, because it does put a lot of pressure onto R2, but if they don't clear their angles, then it doesn't matter what they do. And if the CTs peer into it, they only get 1 frag. Hold on a second. We could be seeing Starboys fighting back yet again. 3-on-2, Bloody catches Revan completely off guard. That short lurk. Well played on the timing. Fired up, gets that first kill. It's a 1v3 for him. 1 player is extremely low. That would be Angel. Playing a bit of a jump up off angle. We'll see how much he can actually spot as he creeps on towards long. Fired up has nade. But will he feel comfortable enough to throw it? In a 1-on-2 situation, he may even just save right now. Too afraid of someone hiding behind car, as has been the case before. But nobody's there right now. It looks like he's just playing to contain. Too afraid to go in. At least gets that frag, but how much is that really worth right now? You need the rounds. Starboys. They fight right back. It's 11-11. Closest 3s we've had. God's Drain are going to have to try their best to make a buy work right now, because it's not easy with the money that they've got. They have to make it work. No, or looking to buy into the last round, playing maybe a bit for overtime, hoping for the gun advantage. Instead, Revan going really aggressive, almost fumbling that one. But Bloody does actually survive. So all is well that ends well for Starboys. This is their best chance to take that lead. And if they don't capitalize on this one, it's going to be a real disappointment. But this time it looks like all should be well. Sharpshooter playing once again to contain that flank. It should be good to go. Unless... gun retrieved. So it won't be ready for his position, but he may not even catch a kill. Timing just avoided. And he may not realize that there's a play to his right. But he does at least turn that 90 degrees requisite. The rifles are here to defend, but there's a player right below them. Player right below them actually dies. Hold on a second. CTs, they have the information. They know that there's a play here, but both players running out with that knife out. It's fired up to get that frag. 2-on-2. Hold on a second. God's Drain could actually win this. They didn't even invest that much into this round. And once again, they're playing split. Not sure where the play is. So they're gambling once again. It didn't work out for them very much last time. But Bavi's got the right idea, and he's got the headshot aim to back it up with that AK. Now they know. 1-on-2. They know where the last player is, but Bavi's locked in. Orb to get that frag. It's fired up once again in a clutch. And this time, the incentive to go for it is present and available. No damage taken on that nade. No tag. He creeps up. He spots the head. Both players are aware of the positioning. Goes for the headshot. He has to go for the spray. He's very low. And Angel's going to be the one to take it down. Starboys take the lead. And they take map point. That is that map pick, but it would still be a massive upset for Starboys to take a map off of God's Drain. And not just any, substitute lineup. This is God's Drain with their true lineup. I mean, if we get a map 3 here, we'll all be delighted to see what kind of CS we're looking forward to in that event. what would happen to the mental of God's Reign unless we go to overtime right here, which looks very likely. If R2B2 can lock this one down, it's a 4v5. Again, gambling on that solo AWP. They tried this before, it didn't work. But dipping their toes into it yet again. Solo AWP holding B as Revan dons that secondary, or primary rather. Nade in, Bavit's considering this. He goes in for that. And Finn naded into that peak but doesn't get the kill. Instead spots info, gets a tag down, but it's not enough. Bavi opts not to take that timing. Now Revan's gonna have a little bit of a shooting gallery if the utility isn't great. And he's not been flashed off the line just yet. If they go dry into this, that's a shame. They have the utility. They should be using it. Why don't they flash him off the angle? They're just letting him get the frags. They're gifting overtime. And Andrew now 1-on-4. It's just not going to be happening. Revan allowed to just take free AWP shots as they cross it to shore. The utility is just not good enough. And those minor aspects, those fundamentals, is what makes the difference between God's Reign and Starboys. Even though in firepower they can be matched evenly, it's not like the aim duels are impossible to win for Starboys. It's just that small percentages. This is the best chance that God's Reign have been at in terms of losing a map. Every single time they've looked dominant, but they let a lead slip for the first time in a while. Revan spots a boost. He's ready for the boost. It's actually fired up to get that frag. Second AWP. Finishing the job. The UI is a little bit bugged in OT. Let's see if we can fix that. Hold on. Oh, it's fixed. Fight up top, but patrolling middle. As Barbie takes care of the short play, fight up spots a player before the flash hits, runs to safety, heads in the corner, lets his teammates play, and goes back in for the peek. But his teammates actually fall in the meantime. But the pistol, not even a 5.7, straight up the P2K gets that frag. Bold and brave. Now he's missed the timing on that player jumping up towards short, but actually the kill and the bomb both spotted towards B. So now it becomes a question of who goes where. Who can catch who off guard? Bloody might have to actually drop down, but if he waits 5 seconds, he's going to get another kill. He doesn't wait 5 seconds, and now he's just going to get flanked. Impossible to get that 180. And it was just a matter of timing. If he waited a little bit longer, could have even gotten 2 kills. One on the running cat player, or car player, and one on the CT player, but not gifted it. And God's Reign, of course. First round 1 in OT, as goes the classic tale. You can't win a round in your regulation attempt, and as soon as the shackles are off, overtime treats you very nicely. And once I get into that orb, we don't usually see this. The old style cross smoke to prevent any shenanigans on the boost. Cancelled out of mid completely. Smoked out, vision absent. The Starboys bide their time. Not going supernova just yet. Nade exchange. And Bloody's the one to find the finisher on that. R2 goes down. 4v5 now. And again, a solo orb has 3 rifles, or rather 2 rifles and an orb. Congregate towards A. Aggressing into short, taking that space. It's actually Revan to spot a player, gets a tag down. Both players a little bit low. Revan worried that someone's going to aggress and try and get that trade. But the fact that no one's aggressing should actually be information. Is calling that out. Nobody's coming to trade that frag. Nobody's coming to try and finish me off. And so the play has to be elsewhere. Now clearing mid, no one's there. It's actually Finn who's going to have a bit of a rude awakening as soon as the rifles start crossing, but the smoke actually helped him out a little bit. And with that spray, he should be noted. His position should be pre-revealed. his teammate goes down. Flash. It's good enough for one. It's good enough for two. There's no way that he should be allowed to get that much impact. And hold on, Revan. 1 on 3 turn, 1 on 2. He's only got the orb. Spots a player, gets that kill. He knows his other player was the planter. Sharpshooter. Revan waits for the drop down, but doesn't see it. Jumps immediately to short. It's a matter of timing now. Is Sharpshooter aware of where Revan could be? He picks up the rifle. Info spotted both ways. Who picks first? Sharpshooter. He's trying to find the peak. He's trying to finish the job. It's just a bullet away from finishing it. He's stuck behind these boxes, and he finally gets the job done. 13-13. Not the most comfortable Jules, but eventually, bullet by bullet, he finishes the job. Revan not allowed to clutch. So, we go again. Last round of this first half of overtime. Just a reminder, this is the semi-final. God's Reign, if they win this map, because they've already won the first map, would be going straight to the grand final up against Extreme 5. Who would also be testing them, and Extreme 5 would be looking at this and wondering that they actually do have a chance. If Starboys are able to test them like this on Dust 2, Extreme 5, who most people would say is the better team, should have a real opportunity to at least get a map, if not more. But that's a potential future conversation. This is now. Fired up, peeks in, the player to his right, too many shots to be able to take at one time. Finn is stuck, smoke defensive. Stuck in the bomb site. Trying to help out his IGL, but Bavi peeks in, doesn't get the kill. It's a 1-for-1 shot, finishes that one off. And so it's a 2-on-2. Revan flashed in. That's a crazy play to be making with the orb. He was expecting an angle somewhere to be scoping into, but nobody gives him a jewel, and so he just drops down and dies. They've got a minute. The Molotov doesn't take him down. CT Molotov, too small of a radius, so R2's position not yet known. They're still looking towards tons. They don't think that this could be a player in the window angle. But they find it just in the nick of time. Sharpshooter playing in tandem with his teammate. First half of OT, Starboys take the lead yet again. And now on that CT side. And we're right back into it. Second half, Starboys need 2 rounds in this half. That's all that they're thinking about right now. As Long Control comes out, the duel goes on, and the 3 frags come in unison. Long has been completely cleared out. And as well as that mid-aggression, Bloody's making no secret about it, but I mean, it's a bit too late now. Your entire team is dead, my friend. There's not much else to do. Angel doesn't even get a chance. Peek through the smoke, doesn't even have his gun out. And Bloody now in a 1v4 Bavi insta headshot, and looks like Gosrain are not willing to let this one go. There's a bit of ego on the line as well. Gosrain constantly dominant in the region. If they lose this, even if they win the series, it's a bit of a mark on their record to have lost to Starboys. So Bobby will be calling his best to avoid that. Double site hold. 2 on B. Early smoke as well. Guards ran throwing that mid utility, but not going through with it yet. Just waiting a bit. Seeing what the CT response is. As the jump in towards short actually plays. A bit of an audio cue there, but it's no huge secret. It's actually all 5 towards short, which is a bold play to make at this stage of the game. No diversity in positioning actually means that they could be flagged, but the gambling on the CT is not being confident enough for that. Throwing the classic cross smoke. Sharpshooter withholding that Molotov, and it may come back to haunt him. This is the only molly that they have. This is the only piece of utility that they have. CTs are completely dry. Flash comes in. Bloody jumps up on that box. Gets one before he falls down. Sharpshooter position noted. Molotov that flashed blind. His teammate towards long. Flashed in. Gets 1 kill. Doesn't even get 1 kill. I pre-moved that one. And it seemed like so did he. He thought he finished that one off. Emperor, it's just not clean. It's just not the kind of round that they wanted. Andrew trying to change that dynamic. Plays are low on the T side, so if they can get some kills, it's not over yet. 1 on 3 for Angel. Gets the first one. R2 is low. Revan's towards short with the AWP. Bombs planted for him. No utility. Straight up Jules. No time. And 1 round away. God's Rain take back that lead. Take map point back. And we may indeed be seeing God's Rain take that fast route to the grand final after all. A bit more sweat needed to squeeze this one out, but it's not over yet. Although Impera, I mean, this is a rough position to be in. Overtime last round, buying a scout, no armor. And the dominoes are falling one by one. Bloody the first to fall, although Skofik does trade it. Picks up the rifle. Good utility to stop. It actually does its job. And Skofik, I mean, this is the kind of play that you want to be making, but he actually cancels it. And it's a good thing he does too, because the T's are actually fully aware of the possibility. Doesn't pick up the rifle either. Which he probably should, but a bit too late to go back now. Impera, only so many angles you can take with a scout at this position, but he goes for most likely one. It's not a solo hold, so he does have backup, but Skofik falls first. He falls back, doesn't even get the tag. The trade's coming in. He gets his knife out to make an escape. And his teammate can't even finish the job. What is he turning around for? What is he doing, Finn? It doesn't seem to matter, but for a second there, it looked a little bit uncomfortable for him. Hallucinating a CT or T player, rather. Now Angel didn't have any money, just an M4, armor, no kit, and a dream. Playing for elimination right now. 1v4. Heartbreak incoming. And the job is done. God's Rain, heavily tested, nearly lost that map, but they managed to come back just in the nick of time. 16-14. And so that sets up our grand final, God's Rain versus Extreme 5. Extreme 5, dominant semi-final of their own, so we're looking forward to see what kind of close game we can have in that grand final. And we'll see who's going to win the Dust2IN Masters edition at 15. All that and more coming straight at you after this break. Don't go anywhere. Grand final's coming.
clean. Stain the whitewash crimson red. Mustering the will to scream, but I can't even see through all the shadows in my head. Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the pieces where they fell, would we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back. Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back.
And we are live for the pistol round of Extreme 5 versus God's Reign. Extreme 5 starting on that CT side. Of course, this is God's Reign's map pick. Extreme 5 going for that Dust2 pick, seeing what we saw just then. God's Reign looked very beatable on Dust2, and it's no surprise that Extreme 5 trying to capitalize on that right now. Taking notes as that last series went on. Welcome to the grand final of the Dust2IN Masters, 15th edition. Winner of this takes home a nice chunk of cash and bragging rights as the best team in the Indian/South Asian region. Extreme 5, no stranger to this. Carnival Gaming is what I've played under before. And they've made grand finals, or at least have been very competitive in past editions. And they're back again, familiar names to everyone, I'm sure. Regular viewers at the very least. Cyclone F playing this cheeky little boost. Solo trying to get one and done at least, but he drops down before anything can get done. As the play comes out, Spawn on site. It doesn't even get one. Crazy Gamer stuck in pit. Is only good for one, and the site is completely overrun. It's all just left to Clouder. It's not going to be easy for him. Julie's against the first. Spots all the players, realizes this is a little bit of a tall task, and he gives up on it. So, first round to God's Reign, winning the pistol. Great stuff for them. And they've been pretty good on the conversion so far, so looking to see if they can keep that streak up. No force buy, so Mag 10s will be feasting on these USPs. No stack either, just a simple hold, and Cyclone may be trying to do something cheeky with this. That's about all you could hope to get done. And certainly with an extended fight like that, you're not going to get anything done in the USB walls. And so the B-bomb gets taken down. So really, in terms of this matchup, we focus on this lurk here. Revan farms up a little bit of money. I'm personally looking to Clouder and Ember to deliver a little bit of that star power if Extreme 5 are going to be doing anything in this series. I do believe they have a chance to take a map. I'm not sure if Inferno is the one that they're going to take. Dust2, I'm not sure they're necessarily a better team on Dust2 than Starboys, but they should be a better team in general than Starboys. So the question becomes, can they get the job done where Starboys could not? And the answer is something we're going to find out over the next hour or 2 or 3 or 4, depending on how many overtimes we get. But we're here for the journey all the same. Buy-in, MP9 and FAMAS, the only concessions, utility instead. We see Clouder being a little bit more upfront, throwing that Molotov, but that's actually the B play. Revan up front, Spawn the only one left right now. And it's interesting to see Spawn and Crazy Gamer on the same squad. Both have been IGLs in the past, but maybe twice the brain power, or maybe Crazy Gamer is focusing on fragging. I'm not actually sure. Either way, it's a 3-on-5 right now, and it doesn't look like Extreme 5 are going to have a fighting chance in this one. Probably just looking to save again. See if Spawn can grab any rifle. But no positioning means nothing to be done. Just a bit of a simple back and forth. There's going to be a bit of a nightmare on Banana, Finn, the master of it. But he didn't even need to contribute this round. And Bhavi trying to be a little bit cheeky, jumping back and forth, but punished for it. But still, it'll be a challenge to keep all these guns. Clouder instead, it's almost a side hold, but they're playing for their lives. Gets dinged down to death with the FAMAS. Gets 2 Revan, and Finn finishes them, so no save. And the round is lost. 4 rifles for the T side recovered as well, so no concessions on their buys going forward either. It's a rough circumstance to be in. Extreme 5 not even being allowed to save means that they're going to be down to nothing yet again. Otherwise, we could have seen them force buy into this by MP9s maybe, but it's going to be a Spawn Deagle to pray. The nade stack doesn't work out. Instead, it's actually Spawn to survive a little bit, but he is stuck here. Util out. Great effort to get one there. More than he ever should have. Crazy Gamer, on the other hand, 5-7. Here's the audio cues. No secrets about it. Trying to take advantage of it. He could find that kill if he's daring, but it's a matter of timing. Flick to the head. Clean as he takes on R2. Man advantage. Hold on. Revan needs to be thorough about this, because if he isn't and the smoke clears, Cyclone's going to get that kill, but he is a bit paranoid about the jump up. And he has been spotted out. So, 3-on-3, no guns for the CT side despite the frags that they've got, so it's going to be rough. Clouder catches them off guard. They don't even turn for the frag in the first place, confident in the trade. And you know what? The trade confidence has been vindicated as the round is won, regardless. So, it got a bit scary. There was a 4-on-3 for about a second there, but all's well that ends well. We get a bit of a pause coming in. In terms of what Extreme 5 need to do to win this, I would say the first and foremost task is going to be figuring out their plan for Banana. Because they can choose either way. They can choose to try and fight it constantly, which, honestly speaking, I wouldn't recommend because they've got a couple of menaces in Banana in terms of God's Reign players. Finn is very good at getting that spam through smoke behind that box, behind the walls, into sandbags, so on and so forth. And so if they want to fight that, they need to come prepared. Or alternatively, play it a bit more passive, smoke it back and forth, and focus on your rifles towards A instead. We'll see which way the pivot falls. Spawn with the AWP. Now that's an interesting idea. It looks like he's going to be taking a peek down Banana because there's no way that the positioning makes sense otherwise. So we'll keep an eye on him because it looks like they're going to be fighting instead of falling back. At least for this one frag. Drops the utility. AWP frag. Molotov cancels him out. He's just sitting in it. Blinded and doesn't realize how much damage he's taking. Nade directed for him, but it actually flies past his shoulder. So, fight not going to be given to him. Singular smoke in middle to isolate Jules left and right side both. Fun fact, this actually used to be how Inferno was played in very early days, 2013, 2012 around, where you would throw that smoke in the old CSGO style and players could creep out either left or right side. It's actually an old strat becoming new, as far as I'm aware. Flash in for the AWP. Spawn, as the smoke fades, gets a clear line of sight, doesn't get a frag with it. Nobody's there to receive it. The rotate, Cloud is going over, but it's the wrong decision. Nobody's there. Banana's been given up. And Ember's creeping in. He's going to spot a few more players if he decides to be aggressive about it, but falls back as the U2 pivot comes in. Brackets cleared. Ops to smoke apps. There is a player who could be there in a second or two, but not there right now. Cloud is clearing out long. Smoke is going to fade in a second. He spots nobody. Crazy Game is a bit stuck in pit right now. His teammate goes up front. Ember falls. Cloud does get the frag in long. So it's a 3-on-3. Players all coming from short and apps. Back turn. Crazy Gamer gets 1.5. Cloud's position is noted, so they're going to be able to smoke him off and get that bomb plant down. And we'll see where the Cyclone... I mean, he's making no secrets about this. And so Finn is watching. Or rather, Fidev's watching from maps. And they actually both group up. So this could be a massive play. Fired up. Could catch two with their back turned. Playing the position. Playing timing. Gets one. Doesn't get the second. But his teammate's there to finish them off. Clouder actually gets the frag on Finn. But Fired Up's good to finish it. Even though it wasn't the cleanest. But if you finish the job, it's not remembered in the end. And so it's 5-0. God's Reign, the king of strong starts. Every single time, I think, they've had a 5-0, 6-0 start in every single map they've played, despite the fact that Dust2 was close. And I mean, this is their map pick. You would expect nothing less from God's Reign. So, tactical timeout. We'll see what Extreme 5 can cook up. I mean, this round is not going to be much of a fight, as I say that they invest. Tired of giving the second round save to them for free every single time, instead opting to invest in. It is going to be a decent enough buy. Some concessions have to be made. Spawn probably on a MP9 if he wants that U2. He's deciding, picks that MP9 up in the end. And maybe heavy towards Banana. Revan maybe taking that pick. Grabbing it with the AWP, not going to be fought though. And they've opted to take the more passive approach, pending a flash in. Cyclone, Crazy Gamer duo on this bomb site. Aggressive Crazy Gamer this time though. Trying to live up to his name. Utility cancels him out and he decides to not try a second time. Very early smoke. Bit of a necessity, but it does put a bit more strain on them. And the bomb is not here yet. R2 is prodding and poking and being a little bit annoying towards middle, as well as Fired Up trying to get a frag, but he is being watched. Down and to your left, my friend. The jump up. Spawn, what the hell is that? You can hear the chat messages. He did not deserve that one, but the MP9, it sometimes blesses you. And if that's what gives them the foot in the door for that 6th round, or let's just say it was meant to be, but the util comes in towards B. They've got normal positioning towards brackets, so it has to be the play. 40 seconds. Molotov delays just a little bit longer, but Crazy Gamer back up on first. Back turn for the flash, but Bavi a little bit too confident in that utility. Crazy Gamer gets 2. Now is in second oranges. Doesn't quite get a third one. Actually, the bomb site's completely cleared out. Taking them through the smoke gets Clouder down. And it's actually a fake plant. Too afraid of that smoke fading on the plant, but it actually allowed the CTs to reaggress to get that bomb down. Delay. Oh, I was going to say delay or deny, but now there's no time for the plant. The round's over. R2 goes for the fight, but I mean, that re-smoke situation, it just looked like they fumbled it last second. He actually had the time to plant, but didn't plant safe for CT, didn't plant safe for Banana, really. And indeed, that jumping MP9 is the ticket entry into their first round. Can they capitalize? It's one of the things that Star Boys couldn't do multiple times, which they at least did manage to do a little bit in Dust 2. Just capitalize off of round wins that came through miracles and clutches. Although this one is a bit more of a miracle than a clutch. Hold on a second, what is going on here? Cloud is in the smoke. He's completely surrounded. His team's on porch. It's a complete back and forth through middle. Complete chaos. Bombs is lost. Ember is completely stuck. And completely screwed. I mean, they're talking it out because that was completely catching me off guard as well. Didn't expect them to just encroach around in middle. But just like that, no back-to-back round. Has to be a save. Luckily, lost bonus is still enough to get them a buy again. Ember's going to have to low buy or get dropped. And sometimes that's just how it is facing against God's Reign. Raven's on 13-2. Any one of these players can decide to take over a game. Even R2 had some fantastic rounds and maps here and there. And you need to always be on your A game. Save not denied. So Crazy Gamer keeps his gun. Gets a little bit of $300 for his troubles as well. So he can drop that one over if he needs to. We'll see how they decide to make this one work. Probably Cyclone to drop it over. Because he already has enough utility for himself. Give it to Ember. Burning through that timeout, trying to find a solution to this real quick before it gets out of hand. And it certainly is getting out of hand. If only to build a bit of confidence, they need to make these rounds a bit closer. Because when they lose that sight so thoroughly, not only does it remove the options for saving guns, it also removes your confidence as a CT player. Not being able to even hold the bomb site, not getting the chance even to retake. And this time it's an aggressive play. Flash blinds them, but they're going into second mid anyway. Cloud decides to leave his teammate a little bit to dry. Door spotted. Spawn was loud about this. Cloud gets the frag in the meantime. What is going on? He gets traded, but do they not know that Spawn is here? He's insidiously posted up. What is happening? R2 caught off guard. They don't realize that he's here. He could even get a second kill. But Barbie turns around just in time. And it's 3-on-3. And Ember taking that empty space. Setting it ablaze a little bit. And the positions are a bit reversed. Fired up. Could be caught off guard if Ember does look down at him. But not done yet. He's afraid of the short peek. Because his teammate Crazy Gamer is just tucked up in cubby. There could be anybody close right there and he wouldn't know. In the meantime, though, it's actually the bomb towards B. Not smoked off yet. The utility comes through. Cyclone's calling it out. Just one, he says. Molotov to deny. Cross is heard. And the fired up actually does kill Ember as he falls back. And he goes in for the flank. But there's multiple flanks going on at the minute. It's a question of who gets who first. Cyclone goes through. It doesn't quite go through. And fired up finishes him off. So it's a 1-3 Crazy Gamer. Unfortunately, this flank is so delayed that it actually comes back around to being a perfectly reasonable timing. So he has to save now. And he's recognized that. And so God's Reign once again, even though Extreme 5 did have a great plan, they pushed mid, there was a good timing. Spawns caught the T's off guard. But it's that capitalization, it's that next step that always fails them just a little bit. And Crazy Gamer just listened to the radio and has to think up another plan. 7-1. Fired up with a monstrous tournament performance so far. Continues to be up there alongside Revan this time. And another peek, maybe towards mid-cloud, this time just smoke and pray. As is the 3 towards bracket sort of setup. Ember hiding, waiting for his teammates to peek alongside him. Bomb towards B a bit early, but nothing concrete. Just peppering bullets back and forth as they feel each other out and decide where they want to go. I'm not sure if that was the exact utility that they wanted, but yet again, Finn showcasing exactly what I meant. It hasn't happened too many times so far because Extreme 5 have been good at playing passive, but as soon as you start to give Finn the opportunity to kill you in Banana, he's going to do it almost every time. And so it's a 4v5. Yuto comes out. Spawn actually gets a kill. He gets 2, and his teammate's allowed to trade. Turns this 4v5 into a 2-on-2. His teammate's there. Ember doesn't finish that frag, and now he's chasing it. He's chasing it, and that chase turns out to be his demise. Finn off that strange angle, perched up on the stairs. Instant headshot required, and he actually delivers it. And that's that star power of Finn. He was 3-6 in this round, but it doesn't actually matter. It's hidden underneath. It's that latent ability of Finn. And this 1-on-2 Crazy Gamer can attempt it. He does have a kit, and Finn is low. But how many timings can you actually find? He finds the low player, but there's no way you expect someone graveyard. He actually does. He actually has the right play. 1-on-2 Crazy Gamer. Low health. Fired up, whiffs that one. And another opportunity back. It's just been clutches and opportune moments that Extreme 5 have been able to win rounds with. This time, can they ride that momentum? This time, can Extreme 5 actually put a back-to-back round on the board? It remains to be seen, because it hasn't happened yet. Once again, Cyclone and Crazy Gamer, deep nade down, but nobody's there to receive it. This time, nobody in Banana at all, giving it up completely. Flash in. Audio cue heard, because he did hit that flash. So Spawns can communicate that. Takes that peek, a little bit of an ambitious one, into apartments. Through boiler. Another 4v5. And gambling on the insta-rotate because there was no pressure Banana, but that's actually probably gonna be the wrong move because the bomb is in no man's land right now, wondering at the bottom of mid what's going to happen. The frag comes in on A. This could lead to second thoughts, but it looks like they've read the play just right. Reaggressing, being baited out by this lurk. As B is completely clear. It's just fired up. Getting another frag as well. I mean, look at that crisp headshot, instant peek.
And he's going to clear out this entire bomb site by himself. You don't even need to plant the bomb, he says. I'll finish this one off. And indeed he does. 3 frags. That apartment slow doing wonders for him. He's been very versatile. Creeping up shore, creeping through apartments, finding those insidious frags. And I mean, they made the right read in both ways. Instantly pivoting, realizing that the only play that works for Extreme 5 is if they actually give up B completely. And rotate instantly, recognizing that they put the fear in their opponents and playing off of that. It's not always just about having a lead, it's about maintaining their lead. And well, it's something Dust2IN did struggle with on Dust 2 in that last series, but on that map pick of Inferno, they should have no problem doing so. And it's a rough bar on the CT side, as they want to save for that final round, so it's just a couple of saved rifles, or forced down rifles rather, MP9s. A little bit of money saved on some plays. It's almost as if they're preempting the save, but Spawns does get the kill. Cyclone's alone holding this. His teammate smokes it off. And so there could be a timing here, as R2B2 is on this lurk. Another player known for his extremity play gets that kill and now begins his creep into CT. And this is the fear that we're talking about. They don't know where he is. And with that instant headshot onto Ember, the B bomb site, I mean, there are 2 players here. It is technically the more defended bomb site. But all these angles, they just can't be ready for it. Cyclone gets 1 kill, but his teammate goes down, and so does he. And it's down to Clouder. It's a 1-on-2, so it is winnable. He does get the first frag, so the start of a 1-on-3. But Revan doesn't even let him get started, man. Not letting Extreme 5 do anything on this CT side, dictating the pace almost the entire time. As soon as you think that the fired up lurk is not what's causing you problems around, it's the R2B2 play through long. And I've seen him do that before. It's actually kind of a signature play for him, but if you don't expect it, it comes through at that last second, later stage of a half. And I mean, it's just whatever play you try, they already know. Spawn, the AWP peak predicted. Finn is down, and Ember, he does have a bit of an advantage in terms of positioning, but it's the FAMAS. FAMAS betrays him on that one, and the peak's not favorable at all. Clouder rushing through Banana, it's a play red yet again. And as the half comes to a close, 10-2 reads the scoreline, God's reign. Putting their best foot forward, 16 kills, 15 kills, 12 kills, signs of a dominant half. And as the pistol run comes through, I repeat my words from every single map today. Mandatory pistol round. There's only so many times you can say it, but it's true every single time. But this time, God's reign may actually win it. They have lost it every single time so far, that quote-unquote mandatory pistol round, but of course they've won every single map, so maybe it's not so big of a deal even if they lose it. And this time, as if I've put the curse on them, they seem to be winning it. Although Spawns is trying to put his best foot forward, trying to fight it to 2v5. 2v4 maybe. No, it's a 1v3. Cyclone going a little bit crazy. Knife begins. And knife ends. Fired up, picks up that extra cash. Little bit of BM there, but honorable knife duel. Lost by Extreme 5, and that's the beginning of the final chapters of the map. Extreme 5 never had a chance. 1 round from a miracle jumping MP9, 1 round from a clutch that was a bit of a whiff by fired up. You don't get those chances every single time. And I mean, this is the kind of thing that happens when you're 11-2 up, second round AWP. We'll see if he gets a frag. He has the opportunity for it. Tech 9s, no deagle to get that long range on that one. Cyclone is there. And being versatile with it. He could get overrun. This is actually probably the worst time to get the AWP, but it doesn't seem to matter to him too much as he gets the kill. Spawn trades his teammate out. And now it's a little bit uncomfortable. Hold on a second. AWP gets taken down. His teammates are on the bomb site. It's an MP9 that has to take those frags down. But those are actually the best guns for the job. He's screaming to his teammates, pick up my AWP, pick up my AWP. And indeed, it doesn't get picked up. Ah, they save it, they save it. And 12-2 reads the scoreline. One round away from taking that map pick. Nothing more, nothing less than what we expected from God's Reign. I did expect Extreme 5 to put up a little bit of a fight, but Inferno, maybe not their best map. We'll see what they can do on Dust 2, where God's Reign looked beatable last time around, but I'm not getting my hopes up, put it that way. Crazy game, huh? I mean, in terms of a buy to fight for your life, it's not the best buy, but B2 can prevent it. Oh, the MP9 betrays him, but he still gets the frag with those initial dinks. 3v5 turned 3v3. It's rough, but you do have to realize the weaponry advantage was not there with them from the beginning. Bomb side is down, Clouder gets the kill. Now it's 2v3. And Bobby gets one as he runs away. His position is noted, while Finn's is not. So it's kind of a difficult decision. They decided to tag team it up. And Bobby actually still gets the kill, even though he's the low player. Opting to be the aggressive one, getting info for Finn to finish the round. And well, they have both got kits on them, so it's all down to Clouder, and I think that this is probably all she wrote, unless I don't check him, and it seems like that's the job done. Diffuse comes in, we hit those GGs, good map, good map. In God's Reign, they take map 1 in dominant fashion, 13-2, Extreme 5, hoping for a little bit more, but maybe they can bounce back on their map pick of Dust 2. We'll see if God's Reign have improved and can deliver another dominant showing on Dust 2, or whether it'll be a close affair like the last one we've seen. One up in the grand final, one step closer to being the champions yet again. We'll see if they can finish the job in 2 after this break. Don't go anywhere. We are back with map 2, Dust2 of the Grand Final Dust2IN Masters Edition 15. God's Reign starting on the T side as this is Extreme 5's map pick. And already starting off with a bit of a play, going up into short, pushing to mid, and getting that info in bedrooms. Already fired a preemptive shot, so they know that they're being flanked, which should only aggress the play. And it looks like they are ready for it. Catches a lot of players off guard, but they only saw one, and that was the gun exactly that they required to find, but fired up's a little bit too cognizant, realizes there's no way there was just one flanking. Finishes the job, so now it's a 3-on-5. Makes things a little bit rougher for the CTs, even though they know exactly where the play is. They don't have the manpower to stop it, so Cyclone's gonna have to find a one-tap, and gets nothing done. Blind sprays through the smoke, spawn. The spray poured back. Cyclone does get a tap finally, but at this point it's a bit too little too late and the job's been completed. Extreme 5 lose the pistol round. And it's a bit of a streak of rounds right now. 13-2, and well, this is their map pick, but if I had to wager a guess, I would say Extreme 5 picked this based off of the recent form that God's Reign just showed, nearly losing it to Starboys, but maybe they fixed their mistakes and a bit too eager of a pick from their side, but there's not much you can really do. All you can do is really gamble on the picks like this. The guns have cleared it all up. No eco fragged, only eco frags. As the buy comes in, no orbs on either side. Revan's still rocking that scout. And it's M4s across the board. No helmet. Well, one helmet. It's actually Ember. A4 and helmet. Rocking that more expensive kit. And Fid is creeping out this smoke, dodging the utility. We'll see what he can get away with this. 3 towards long. He's spotting the head of a player. They know that they're both present. And it's really not that clean, but he does get the job done. It's surprising that Fid actually is alive in this situation. And in the meantime, mid is lost. CT's struggling to fight that one. Clouder and... oh my god, Clouder and Revan. That duel happens completely unbeknownst to the CTs. They were not ready for that mid aggression. Caught off guard. If this is a precursor of what's to come on this map, we may not be here for very much longer. And that Dust2 may have been the closest map we got between Star Wars and God's Reign. If Extreme 5 aren't able to get their team revved up and ready for action against Revan, it's going to be a quick one otherwise. Whereas Gamer trying to play that Shadow advantage, saving his gun is the only thing he can do. And it's not like they had a bad T-side, anything but that. The T-side was actually where they had that 10-2 that they actually managed to choke it, God's Reign, and bring back into OT. So really, if we're expecting anything, we're expecting God's Reign to be dominant on this T-side. Extreme 5 will be looking to exploit the opposite effect, to do the same thing that Starboys did and win their T-side. But you would need more rounds than 2 if you're looking to instill a little bit of confidence. Play a little bit better. It's a low buy. Crazy Gamer opting to take that rifle with him into unders. Opportunity to get one, but Mach 10 drive-bys him and finishes that job. Ember gets that long lurk down. Fired Up is dead, but has to play into short instead. Spawn to receive 5-7 at that range actually gets the job done. It's a miracle that he hasn't been taken down already, and they finally do. But Ember's got an AK back here. He thought he finished that job. He thought he got that kill. Audio cues revealing the CT positioning, and well, 3v2 that you're not really gonna have much of a chance in, unless the 5-7 here can get something for free, but dinked down. It's not actually that much damage. It was through a ward of some kind, but R2 back and forth playing aim bots on him. Has to have one of the highest headshot percentages in terms of Indian players that I have seen. Even though he doesn't get all the frags, the ones that he does get are crisp and clean. Maybe the bit of Indian CS, if we're going to give players monikers. Utility, Cyclone F, that nade is too far, my friend. The utility is too good. Bum sets completely lost. Solo hold, not good enough. Molotov ahead of the play. Double Molotov. Gets the first kill, transfers for the second, can't get it done. So, 3v4. Spawn's trying to have her a blind play, but 3 Molotovs back to back in window. And they're just going to be forced to save. The utility is overwhelmingly oppressive on that B site. This side is hard enough to retake at the best of times, and they block each other on that frag. But hold on, Emma got 2. Unfortunately, Crazy Game is so far away that they can't even go for this, and there is that distance element, although Ember does have the kit. He would have loved to poke and prod a bit further. And Crazy Gamer actually even gets that frag because Revan was already on that hunt. It's funny how much of a close round this actually became, although the positioning means it was anything but. At least they keep the guns, and at least they get some kills. But it's another 5-0 start. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think every single time God's Reign have had a 5-0 start at the beginning of each half. Not half, but map, rather. We may be anticipating a similar outcome here. Nobody pushing out of long for the T's this time around. Looks like a mid play again. Bomb creeping up short. That would be Revan. R2B2 spotted for that scaffold's peak, but it's not going to come through. Silent in middle, throwing that smoke and letting the CTs act a bit uncomfortable. No stranger to this play, they've done it before. The smoke left and smoke right. But nobody's actually there to receive it. Just now, though, Clouder is paying attention to it. And it's actually the long play. Crazy Gamer's position is noted, but they don't actually check for him. The Emperor A1S actually saves his life there. 2 for 2. And Spawns has got a lot on his plate right now. Does he fall back or does he actually play the position? Plays it safe, falls back. There's actually no smoke for this cross. So this AWP is actually going to have a lot of chance to find impact. Doesn't get the frag. They'll fire up an R2B2 in tandem, get those kills. Cyclone gets one opportunity for a second, but they peek him together and Revan gets that kill. So it's 6-0. Same kind of start. Let's not write him off just yet though, because the same thing happened and we ended up getting overtime. But this time I think Gojrain have got it in the bag. Dare I say it. The Caster Curse may strike again. But I'm actually going to say I expected more from Extreme 5. I expected them to come out a little bit more guns blazing, to have a bit more of a read on what Gojrain could be doing, just having watched them play an entire Dust 2. But if you're going to pick into your opponent's weakness that they just demonstrated right before this game, I understand there's only so much you can do before a map, but they themselves must be a little bit disappointed in what they're showing right now. Talking internally amongst themselves. Step it up, guys. Because I actually did believe that they could take a map if they played at that peak performance, but this is far from it. It's a hero rifle. Oh, no, it's actually just a buy up. They just decided to send it in last minute. AWP on Spawn. Interesting choice for a primary AWP. I wouldn't say Spawn's the best individual player that I've seen on this squad. I would much prefer it to be someone else, but it's maybe a Spawn-based circumstance here. But I have seen him pick it up more often than not, so I'm looking at you, Spawn. I'm wondering. 1 for 1. Ember does a good job getting one, but solo hold on long is a tough task to be undertaking. And Spawn is kind of in no man's land, waiting for his teammate to make sure that he's safe on short. And I mean, there's no reason to be holding this right now. Your teammate has cleared it out for you. Unless there's someone in that smoke, you are safe, and he indeed takes that angle. Spots the head, shot a bit delayed. And the utility cancels him out yet again. Just as simple protocols, the back and forth, the map control from God's Reign is always on point. And if you can't even respond to those protocols, you're always going to be a little bit behind the play. And Spawn's just so vulnerable to a headshot. Crazy Gamer does get a kill. Now his teammates have to trade it. Hold on a second. It's a little bit possible, but the Crazy Gamer already knew that this position was revealed. And Barbie gets 4 kills, pivoting back and forth. And Spawn just a little bit clueless on where to be holding with that AWP. Not given any easy shots. AWP retake, it's not for everybody. This time it's going to be some aggression into lowers with the MP9 in tandem with the rifle. Crazy Gamer, hold on a second. I thought it was going to peek through me, but he's actually peeking behind. Finn gonna fish out this defense. Util out. He clears the position out. Oh, it's not what you thought it would be. But the kill does come through. His teammate helps him out on that one. Could have been easier than that, but you don't complain about it. Now trying to salvage what's left of this round is a 3-on-5, but a little bit of position information, but Crazy Gamer and Ember just one by one. They don't take a fight together, they're just a little bit disjointed, a little bit separated. The Cyclone's position revealed, spammed out so many angles, deep, close, behind the smoke. I mean, 8-0. This is just a thrashing, a complete disaster. I do claim, and indeed demonstrably so, Gojrain are the best in the region, but Extreme 5 aren't supposed to be this far behind them. Maybe the 3rd or 4th best team in the region, depending on how you calculate it. Maybe the 2nd best, but nah, you have to give it to True Rippers. I would say confidently 3rd or 4th. But when you have rounds that go like that, Crazy Gamer at least gets the trade. But the plays after was long. Ember, there's one right to your left. He hears the audio cues, I believe, but that doesn't mean the kills are going to be easy to get. And Godsrin are playing individually, just getting map control, defaulting out. Nobody's towards A at all. They're actually regressing into middle. Molotov comes through. He actually opts for the peak. Spawn forced into it. Crazy Gamer can get that trade, but needs to wait for the Molotov. Otherwise, his position would be a little bit too obvious. But by this point, the player is tucked in towards that tree. Over towards the top of mid. Ember gets one kill, but is traded. It's always been a 1-for-1. Ember's not been good on the multi-frags. And it's really been the best that the team has had to offer is those 1-for-1s. Now, Crazy Gamer is good to fish this one out. He's got the right ideas, playing with his teammate. Now, I'm not sure if Finn actually spotted both players. But either way, should be revealed now. 2-on-2 retake. Fired up's low. Crazy Gamer's got some util, but he's going to have to fish it out. Spots the headshot of the player. Position's revealed. Cyclone versus Fired Up. Looks away for the flash. Has no kit. Time is ticking. One opportunity and he can't get it down. Fired Up gets that kill. It's actually a bold play for Fired Up to peek and actually hold that swing. Because he's so low that even just one bullet peppering on that hold would have finished him off. But he gets that kill anyway. A 9-0. We could be seeing a 13-0, folks. The possibility is real. It would be a shame having only gotten one close map out of this tournament, but at the same time, you have to give credit to Dust2IN for being dominant continually. Crazy Gamer gets one, traded. Again, I mean, if it's not him that falls, it's his teammate. It's never been a multi-frag, but this time could be different. Ember gets one, chance to get a second, and indeed, finally, Extreme 5 take care of the long play. Multiple players getting multiple frags, flashed back into it, fighting and not falling back, and this time it's rewarded. And I mean, all down to Finn, 1-on-3, bomb not in his grasp at all. Full belt of utility. There's no point in saving, of course. So much money on their side. They got money for days. So he's got a minute. They don't know where he is at all. Element of surprise, his best shot. And this duel is actually... well, it's not his, first of all. But he has an opportunity to isolate all three duels right now. Depending on where the CTs decide to peek out. If Cyclone decides to move a bit forward, which he is not doing so. But at some point, he's going to have to start making noise because he has to get that bomb. 30 seconds. He steps, but I'm not sure if anyone was there to hear it. Oh, hold on. Just a matter of timing. Cyclone turns back just in time as soon as the trade is required. In Extreme 5, they prevent the shame over 13-0. They get the requisite round, but they're going to need a lot more. Spawn and Cyclone deciding to invest into double up. I mean, at this point, you may as well try anything that works, right? One orb towards B, the other peeking towards short. Aggression. Revan takes down Cyclone. One orb down. And they revealed the second shot, so they know what's going on. At least they are aware of one orb's positioning, and the second orb is nowhere to be found because it's down for the count. He's in the right position for the moment, but just too uncomfortable. At least Crazy Gamer gets that one frag, puts them in an advantage situation. They could have enough for back-to-back rounds here if Spawn can just get the easy peek, and indeed he does. Spots one, gets the other. 3 for 4 on 2. T's are separated. Bombing that control, but gonna be a matter of getting that look. Finn, if you just look to your left, my friend, there is a kill right there, but he didn't spot the head, although it was on his screen. So this is a bit awkward. He's going to be yelling at his teammate just a second. Yep. Finn is going to be caught on that one. Hold on a second. That's a nice little transfer. If he was a bit more aware, he could have caught that, but Finn unfortunately selling his teammate hard on that one. As we saw, it was on his screen for just a little bit of time, but maybe we can forgive him. Maybe he was hidden by his gun model. Something like that. But the gun models are now server side, so we saw what he saw. More or less. We'll let him have it. 9-2. Still a buy, although they did have to get the Galil on Revis, so by the end of the half they managed to invest all of their money. And this time out towards long. Crazy again with the only one relatively close, but he's not fighting it. Expecting a B or a mid play, but it's not going to be the case. And they're very out of position now. They're going to have to give it up. Extreme 5 playing for a retake. Might be pushing towards mid. If they want to win this round, they're going to have to counter push somewhere, because unless they play this entire round letting God's Ranger stack 5 towards long and not regressing anywhere, that we can see nobody's actually pushing. They're all just too afraid to regain any map control anywhere else. God's Ranger probably expecting a flank, but there's no flank. And so as the U2 does come through, slowly but surely, as they creep up, now they are stacked towards CT, towards the site, but they could have had a little bit more is all I'm trying to say. R2 jumps up, one player, Barbie takes him down, another player. It's not a clean spray, but the CT frag is put on hold. And a 5v4 last round of the half, nothing to do but retake here. Spawn once again stuck opening in uncomfortable angles. He's never been given a clean fight except for that one time on short. And the rest of the CTs are coming through short. And he actually gets the frag for once. The CT is getting a little bit more done. That jumping shot a little bit ambitious, but maybe it's all he could have done to distract and get a little bit of info. The pack rolls in, doesn't get the frag. And indeed, God's Rain finished that one off. Another 10-2 half. I feel like I'm going a little bit insane. We're in a bit of deja vu here with these 10-2 halves. And as we go into the potentially final half, as I do expect it to be the final half, God's Rain on that CT pistol. 2 towards long, but the play towards short is what's going to be the outcome instead. No one's there for the initial peak, although they do have fired up pot shots with the P2K. Gets one. Probably wishes he had the USP for that one. But his teammates going to do a decent enough job, although they are dinked down a bit. It's not the best of fights. Both CTs right now struggling and get taken down. So it's only Barbie left. And they do lose the pistol. All things considered, this USB stack in middle is one of their better chances of getting a kill, but nobody's going to be creeping through those doors just yet. There's a game, I'm not sure if he spotted it, but there does seem to be some awareness. Spawn is watching for it. He doesn't even get one. Hold on a second. We've seen this pattern before. R2 gets one. Ember, it's not pretty, but I think the job should be completed. Fired up, could get a surprise jump down kill. He goes for it and he does get the frag. But in fighting that door fight, long range, does get taken down. Ambitious to say the least, but a lot of damage done on what was basically a bit of a save. Only investment was a couple of pistols and they do a lot of damage. Doesn't bode well for Extreme 5. They want to build up a bank and continue dominating because that's what's going to be required of them. 10-2 half. They want to do better than that. It'll have to be Very one-sided indeed. And now that the guns are out, Revan's on that old glass cannon. He realizes all you need is a couple of rounds. Who cares? Get that glass cannon in. Finish the job real quick. R2's plus the info drops down, but still fights. Barbie, his teammate, does go down, and they've lost the A bomb site. Fired up. No one's there to receive you at long, so we'll see how confident he is in that statement. Revan spotting for any ambitious tease. Meanwhile, Finn, no secret that he's on this flank. Creeping up together, Fido gets the first frag. This retake actually is more possible than not, but Crazy Gamer making it less troublesome, and Revan just can't look at all the angles at the same time. So, finally, Extreme 5 with a bit of momentum. Granted, it was a pistol into conversion into gun round, so probably the most straightforward that they could have. Handed to them on, maybe not a silver platter, but a standard plate, let's say. And once again, we see the pistols come out as Gozrain are forced to take another back foot. Still no confident comeback from Extreme 5, in my opinion, but every round at a time, B-bomb side open for business, as was the play the whole time. And now we can start to have a little bit of a conversation. If they win the next round, it'll be 10-7. If they win it dominantly, it'll be 10-8 because of the economy, all things considered. So we could be seeing the same pattern. Maybe God's Rangers don't know the CT side of Dust 2. It could be the case. Let's see, Revan has now got armor behind that orb. Ample utility because of the pattern of buying that they've had, so if they lose this round, it is really no one's fault but their own. Molotov comes in, Lay comes a little bit ahead of it, orb shot in the dark and retreated. So Long is given up. Revan, starting as he means to end, gets that frag in middle. Peeks out and peeks back, comfortable in short. And actually opts to rotate to re-aggress into middle, perhaps. As seems to be the case. But actually, that play was what Spawn predicted the entire time. Good for stationary angles. Spawn not confident on the retakes, but holding down a line is as good as he can be. And fired up. Not a clean shot. Not as much damage as he would have hoped. Good nade, and the tag actually helps them finish the job. 2 kills on short. Solo holding this bomb site. That's all he has to do, and he gets 3 as well. Single-handedly carrying Gozrain over the finish line. Only 1 round left. Or 1 kill, rather. And indeed, 1 round left until map point. 11-6. And Gozrain may have finally learnt from their mistakes. And are taking this in stride. And as I said, they wanted to keep an economic base, Gozrain. Because previously, I mean, one of the hardest things about CT economy when you're trying to finish a game is that you either have to go for uncomfortable retakes or you have to save and just give up rounds earlier than you otherwise would have. But if you have an economy, you're not worried about that. You can go for a retake knowing that you have a round in the next where you can still buy. And so Gozrain now have that confidence. I wouldn't be surprised if even if Extreme 5 have a bomb plant, you just see Gozrain on that retake immediately. No hesitation, because they know. They know exactly what the play is. Revan very bold here. Knows that he's vulnerable to peeks from multiple angles here, but is still going for that. He's still alive. Crouching and ducking and running away. Leaves his teammate in that behind stairs corner to receive. It's fired up instead to take that fight. Looks away for the flash peek. Gets the player behind, but Ember's actually in front. A little bit blinded, but takes that kill anyway. Finn goes 1 for 1. Bomb, not sure if it was spotted. I believe it was, since Clouder got that trade. So they know where the play is. It's a question of whether they can handle it. Revan's isolated and taken down. Ember, great intuition. And the pivot comes through. R2B2 is in a very interesting position. He revealed himself. He knows where the play is. Oh, that long-range AK spray. He gets 1 kill. Peeks back and forth. Very greedy, but makes good on that frag. And Clouder finishes the job as well. Ember alongside him. Just out position of that round. And maybe, just maybe, if they can get this round as well, we could be seeing a repeat of what happened that last Dust2. Extreme 5 could be stepping up as God's Reign struggle once again on that CT side of Dust2. It's just not their forte. Pistols come through. Revan gives chase, and he gets that headshot. We don't see too many deagles. These guys fired up on that orb. Not really any angles to play with. We've seen Spawn struggle with this kind of retake situation on the other side, so it's no surprise. 4v3. Extreme 5 should have this one in the bag, pending any sort of crazy circumstances. Ember is 23 and 13. I did mention that Ember was one of the players to look out for on this squad. I'm glad to see that he's delivering. But he should probably go down now, considering how low he is. But instant headshot, look at that. That's the kind of potential some of these riflers on Extreme 5 do have. It's just a matter of actually putting it into practice, getting the mental right, getting the tactics right. Eleven's at 8 now. Step by step, they're making it look possible and believable. Now, if you didn't watch the last semi-final, you may not realize how much of a reality this comeback could be, because God's Reign actually fumbled a 10-2 half. I'm pretty sure it was actually just exactly the same, 10-2 half on this map. We're basically seeing the repeat. And in that series, God's Reign won in overtime, but I'm not sure that Extreme 5 would let them get away with it. Multiple flashes, caught reloading! Oh, crazy gamer. He nearly made a meal of it, but at least manages to go 1 for 1. Not fumbling the entire round. The play is all towards long. CTs are here to receive it, but it's all short as CT. Molotov to delay. Players creeping up towards site. There's just a lot of players here right now. It's going to be an all-out brawl. Clouder and Cyclone get those frags. It's Finn and Revan, the star duo, to get that 12th round or give up and save. And I mean, this is the exact problem. It's the flip side of that coin. As I was talking about whether you want to retake or not, with that kill, you're definitely going in for it. Bomb's not even down yet, but they opt to swing, and Finn gets 2 kills, 3 in the round. And this is why you don't just peek Finn. The Indian Nico proves his prowess yet again. Getting that 12th round. Extreme 5 could have finished that one off. Could have actually put the nail in the coffin, but when push comes to shove, they just can't do it. And now the money's rough. Cloud is on a Tech 9. They're going to be thinking, what if we had just pushed a little bit further, a couple more rounds on their CT half? And we'd be in a different environment right now. But you don't feed the beast, that is Finn. And Bavi, the first letter of the word, finishing them off. Although, hold on a second, it is a 3v4 still. R2B2 almost had his timing, but Cyclone's watching it. And Bavi's opening is actually completely disregarded. It's Finn and fired up this time. I don't think Finn's going to get another chance to 3k spray down as they peek him. The positioning is just too uncomfortable this time. It looks like a 12-9 is impending. Dare I say it. I'm surprised he's even considering going for this. He's a little bit too forward, and Spawn is watching that fired up. I wouldn't be hunting this frag right now. But maybe he doesn't have a choice. This is really, I'm not sure about that one fired up. Spawn good for holding these angles. He may be struggling in general in the series, but has had a couple of impactful frags like those, because those deny weaponry. Those deny funds. The God's Reign are not flush with cash. And so what looked like a difficult situation for Extreme 5, this one is just a little bit of a half investment, open rifle and nothing else. But they actually push into it. Oh, no, a second, this crunch may be the end of it all. Revan gets 2. That single up investment may be what writes them that ticket into victory. It's a 5-on-2 and it's a 5-on-1 now. It's Crazy Gamer's the only one who's left. He needs to have a 1-on-5. Can he do it? I don't believe it, but crazier things have happened. He can't get it done. And just like that, nobody thought it was possible, but maybe it was the outcome all along. God's Reign take that one 13-9, 2-0 against Extreme 5. Don't drop a map yet again. And there are your champions of the Dust2IN Masters, number 15. Multiple times in a row, they've managed to prove that they're the best in the region, and they do it yet again. Pushed on Dust2, you can clearly see that they were uncomfortable, that they had moments of being vulnerable on that CT side, but individual heroics is what takes them over the line. They just needed 2 or 3 rounds. It's a Finn multi-spray down, and it's a Revan AWP frag. And they learn from their mistakes. They win in regulation this time. They are your champions yet again. Multiple times now. It may even be like 10 or 12. Something like that overall. Considering how many iterations of this we've had. God's Reign. With this lineup, definitely multiple times back to back. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to both Starboys and Extreme 5. Definitely the Starboys. They put together a strong fight with a substitute player. Nearly had that map, but couldn't quite finish the job. It's hard to close against God's Reign even when they're at their weakest. And that's the story for this tournament, is God's Reign. If you can't finish the job, then they're just going to take advantage of it and win on their own terms. And so, once again, we bring you to the end of another great tournament, Dust2IN Masters. I've been your host, caster, commentator, analyst, man behind the buttons and the voices that you see on the screen. backpackbrain. Hope I was able to do it justice yet again. I will see you next month for yet another iteration of the Dust2IN Masters. Until then, may you continue to be well. May you continue to enjoy Indian Counter-Strike. We've been having a lot of diversity of teams lately. It's not just the same God's Reign True Rippers and everybody else. We've seen Starboys come here back to back. New team, maybe a new mainstay. Adding to the range of teams that we see. I do recommend, especially if you're up and coming Indian CS talent, that you step up and step in and qualify. Open qualifiers, straight up pathway. We always love to see new talent, demonstration of what the region can bring, and I'm always happy to bring it to you. So until next time, I've been backpackbrain. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.